Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Today is our New York Derby. 50th running of the New York Derby, our 8th and featured event, $150,000 added, 4:38 approximate post time. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Ready to kickstart the Wednesday card. And there they go. Princess Sonia towards the tail of the field. Thin Legs and Missing Fortune begin the best. She's a Wild Joker third outside of a lockbox. Princess Sonia joins them from the far outside, 4 lengths from the front. Sweet Invasion is the last of 6. Thin Legs, 12-1 on the board right now, has the lead a length to Missing Fortune, traveling well enough. Lockbox vying for third with both She's a Wild Joker and Princess Sonia in the clear. 3 deep at the 3/8, 2.5 off the lead as up goes Missing Fortune. Sweet Invasion still the last of 6. So Missing Fortune has the lead. Princess Sonia comes with her wide run. Thin Legs still in the second spot. Missing Fortune, the one to beat in the Wednesday opener, traveling beautifully, turning for home. Princess Sonia's deep off the turn. From the inside is Thin Legs. Behind them, She's a Wild Joker. Missing Fortune strutting her stuff past the 8th pole, and she kicks clear. Thin Legs outrunning her odds. Then She's a Wild Joker. Not today for Princess Sonia. A big effort from Missing Fortune. Missing Fortune much the best. She's a Wild Joker maybe up for second, tagging Thin Legs. And race 1 is official. 6-3-4-5. That exacta $24. The trifecta $31.12. The 10-cent super $15.65. And there they go. Slow start. Mongolian Panther. Queen's Dancer not that quickly into stride. Amazing Dottie has the top spot. Here comes Queen's Dancer from the inside. Amazing Dottie is a little quicker. Queen's Dancer second from the inside, trying to hold her ground from that rail positioning. They put some space between the others. Flattery's Music. Then we're going to Busted Credit, left leaning a Lucy. True Empress from the far outside. At the back of the pack is Mongolian Panther, and it's Queen's Dancer, and Amazing Dottie, and Queen's Dancer pokes her head in front. Flattery's Music enters this affair on a sharp note, and she has the top 2 in her sights closing in. Likewise for True Empress with momentum 4 wide. Mongolian Panther trying to recover after the slow start. She's into the 5th spot. Queen's Dancer has the lead, but she was softened up by Amazing Dottie. And there's Flattery's Music and True Empress. And Mongolian Panther tries to join the fray from the outside, but True Empress has the momentum. And here is True Empress to prevail from Flattery's Music, who's in a photo for second with Mongolian Panther. Queen's Dancer right there. Second race is official. 7-4-3-1. A 6-7 double, $35.20. 7-4 exacta, $106. Ready for the Wednesday feature. And there they go. Awkward beginning, Dr. Blarney. Flying Emperor broke running. So too does Ladies Golden Guy. A Chateau from just a tad off the pace. There's Disco Dino from the inside. Now 4 of them line up. Beta is 5th, and Dr. Blarney is the last of 6, and he's a little less than 6 lengths off the lead. Disco Dino, the George Barker champion, from the rail with the lead. Plenty of chasers. Chateau 3 deep, Flying Emperor from the top shelf. Ladies, Golden Guys back to the 4th position, shuffled back, losing ground. Dr. Blarney from his outside, Beta from his inside. Disco Dino with the lead midway through the turn. Flying Emperor comes with his run. Chateau's under a little bit of pressure from 3rd. Dr. Blarney's trying to gear up very deep. Ladies, Golden Guy trying to recover. Beta trying to make his move along the inside. And here's Disco Dino. A generous 10-1 on the board. Flying Emperor continues to chase him. And Beta's also trying to quicken in. Disco Dino disrespected. He's the leader at the 16th. Beta and Flying Emperor trying to come and tag him late. Disco Dino reaching for the wire. Here's Beta from between runners. Beta 12-1, the longest. What a Wednesday feature in the books officially. 2-6-1-3. Luis Perez, Michael S. Ferraro doubles. And there they go, 8 weeks long, a little slowly into stride with Robbins Empire. Take the edges on the lead. Here's Mo Danson utilizing his inside draw. Trisatum's forwardly positioned. Jacoba will be a little deep at the 7/8. In behind them 8 weeks long, who races with Robbins Empire. Then go to bench walk and Storm Alfeed, a late runner, is the distant trailer. Mo Danson up to the front. Trisatum his pace partner. In 3rd from the inside 8 weeks long, Take the Edge, eases off the pace battle, tight spot on the 2-path. Jacoba's in the clear, bench walk from the far outside, gets within 3. They're trying to slow it down up front. Robbins Empire a little less than 4 off the lead near the 5/8. Boy, they are very compact. Storm Alfeet's now only 7 lengths from the front. 25-2. Luis Perez trying to slow it down to the best of his ability aboard Mo Danson. Trisatum is there, so too is Jacoba. And Benchwalk and Jackie Davis recognize the soft pace, and they're right there, 4 of them abreast. From the inside, races 8 weeks long. Then we're going to Robbins Empire Take the Edge. Storm Alfeet at the back. Mo Danson, Jacoba, Benchwalk's under pressure. Mo Danson has the lead at the 5/16. Trisatum's back to 4th. 8 weeks long now, tries to get room, and here he comes with his good-looking run. In the meantime, Jacoba's up to the front, 8 weeks long, trying to come and pick him off. And Mo Danson now a little even pace from the inside. It's Jacoba. Jacoba with the lead, trying to spring the upset. 8 weeks long is the late threat to the outside, but Jacoba was right there amongst this soft pace. He has kicked clear. Boy, he has been hit hard late. He's all the way down to 7-2, and he's striding away like a good-looking winner. Jacoba in front. Trisatum's trying to re-rally into 2nd. Looks like 8 weeks long, just hangs on for that spot. 4th place. 10-cent super, 7436, $28.30. 727 pick 3, $259. The early pick 4 is a big one. 6 allowance race to start the pick 5. And there they go. Gone and Forgotten got a good start this afternoon. She's making the top spot. Here comes Timed Out from the inside and Queen Arella from the outside. No Chalk is 4th. Then Lanfranco File, Eros' Girl, and Tivoli Gardens. Timed Out all of a sudden with the top spot all to herself. Queen Arella's chasing this leader. No Chalk's making a move for 3rd outside of Gone and Forgotten. Lanfranco File from the top shelf. Eros' Girls the gray against the rail, more than 4 off the lead, heading to the far turn run. At the back, Tivoli Gardens. They've let Timed Out get away with a 22-4 opening quarter. Queen Arella's now going to make her move for the top spot. Gone and Forgotten 3rd with No Chalk. Eros' Girl is now a good 5.5 off the lead. Lanfranco File to her outside, nothing from Tivoli Gardens. Timed Out. Queen Arella makes her move. Queen Arella pokes her head in front. Gone and Forgotten's looking for somewhere to go along the inside. Eros' Girl's beginning her strong run. Here comes Eros' Girl after stablemate. Queen Arella, Gone and Forgotten. Eros' Girl to the far outside. Here's Gone and Forgotten. And I guess she was at 7-2. She was the 2-1, 1A5. That double, 7-3, $48.40. That exacta, 3-2, $85.50. 3-2-1 trifecta, $32.80. Lay pick 4 time. And there they go. Sunshine Girl is showing pace with My Little One. Don't Annoy Me wants to go. Alara's forwardly positioned, as is T's Double Trouble. While spelled backward, comes away running in the 6th spot. And Do War Diddy Diddy is the last of all. And the favorites get acquainted early. Don't Annoy Me and Sunshine Girl, they are 1-2. My Little One vying for third, 3 wide. Tease Double Trouble from between gals, and Alara saves ground from the rail. Better than 3.5 lengths to Do War Diddy Diddy. Another 2.5 to Wow spelled backward. Don't Annoy Me at 1-2. Sunshine Girl at 5-2. The top 2 in the wagering are 1-2 at the 5/8. They lead 3 lengths. Alara Tease Double Trouble. My Little One's back to 5th. Do War Diddy Diddy's a good 8 lengths from the front, and it's almost 4.5 or so back to Wow spelled backward. 48 4/5. Don't Annoy Me. Sunshine Girl's all over her. Tease Double Trouble's trying to gear up with her run at the 3/8. Then we go to Alara and Do War Diddy Diddy. Sunshine Girl outside of Don't Annoy Me. Don't Annoy Me still with the lead. And Sunshine Girl is second. Tease Double Trouble 4 lengths from the favorite. And then we go farther back to Alara, who's 6 lengths from the front. Don't Annoy Me still with the lead. Sunshine Girl continues to her outside. Tease Double Trouble is third. And Alara has the 4th spot. Don't Annoy Me and Sunshine Girl's up to the front. Here's Sunshine Girl getting the lead and kicking clear. Sunshine Girl opens up. Tease Double Trouble making a move for second. Sunshine Girl at 5-2. Who's going to get second? Tease Double Trouble. Then Don't Annoy Me and Alara. Race 6 is official. The double 3-5, $40.80, a 5. They're at the post. And there they go. Conformist is out for the lead with forward motion. Number 1 Dylan comes away in good order, likewise for Old Man Winter. Then Miami Chrome. Blue City races inside a Fiery Heart. Prepare for Glory, second last. OK Game On's the last of 9. Forward motion from the outside to the inside. Conformist stalks the pace along with number 1 Dylan. Miami Chrome is 4th. Old Man Winter gets a wide trip. Boy, he's going to be stuck out very deep heading into the turn. Fiery Heart's going to slip on through along the inside. He has some momentum with the Green Silks, getting within 5.5 of the leaders. They get away from Blue City. Prepare for Glory yet to kick it in. Likewise for OK Game On. Number 1 Dylan to tackle forward motion. Here comes Fiery Heart. Old Man Winter from the far outside. Also there Conformist. Number 1 Dylan up the inside to the top spot. Fiery Heart's going to try to quicken along the rail. Conformist comes with his run. Number 1 Dylan forward motion. Fiery Heart, Conformist, a good one. Here's Fiery Heart from the rail. Fiery Heart at 5-1. Never underestimate a sharp equine, and he's as good as it gets right now in 2023 here at Finger Lakes. Fiery Heart was bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. Once upon a time, $475,000 purchase. Fiery Heart, pretty sharp here in 2023. 1360 late daily double time. And there they go. Little Matty Brown quickly into stride. New York Anthem from the inside, taking his sweet time to gear up through the initial opening quarter. From the far outside, there is Victory Built, the Institute amongst them, including Tommy the Torch. Breaking Stones and Quick Flash are at the back, so it's Little Matty Brown with the lead. New York Anthem wants the 2-path. The Institute's pushing 3 deep. Victory Built stuck out there in no man's land heading into the turn. Tommy the Torch is a little less than 3.5 or 4 off the lead. Breaking Stones tries to advance from the rail. Here he comes with a nice run. At the back is Quick Flash. The Institute 3 wide. Little Matty Brown, New York Anthem under a vigorous drive. Breaking Stones is getting a nice trip once again. Can he take advantage? Can he find somewhere to go? Rail's been pretty good all day, and there it is. It opens up for Breaking Stones. Breaking Stones up the inside to tackle Little Matty Brown. The Institute with that wide journey. New York Anthem gives way. No excuses for Breaking Stones other than he's got a tough customer to his outside named Little Matty Brown. Shuffle up and deal with Little Matty Brown. Breaking Stones had every chance to go on by. Then we go to New York Anthem. Race 8 is official. Look at that double. 5-6, $168. 6-5-2-3 in the books. And there they go. North Coast begins quickly. Also showing good pace is Noble Journey. And from the far outside, Gonna Be Dancing, fleet of foot. Coach P makes a move for third. Hot Rod Lincoln has the fifth spot. Following him, Sea Tiger, Red Fortress, and Klingman, a late runner, is the early and distant trailer. Gonna Be Dancing has him pretty strung out through this early stages of this affair. He builds up nearly 5 lengths heading into the turn. Noble Journey with a good stride. He begins his move. North Coast is third. And Hot Rod Lincoln's now finding his best stride. He's into the fourth spot, and he's about 8 lengths off the lead with momentum past the 3/8. After him, Coach P, Sea Tiger. Klingman's now starting to wind up. Red Fortress is at the back. Gonna Be Dancing, little too quick, too early. Here's North Coast and Noble Journey and Hot Rod Lincoln. Boy, they're pouncing on Gonna Be Dancing. Noble Journey and North Coast quickening with him. Noble Journey has the lead. North Coast from the inside. Then Hot Rod Lincoln, Sea Tiger from the far outside. Noble Journey and Klingman starting to take off along the rail. But it's North Coast and Noble Journey. Who's it going to be in the nightcap? North Coast or Noble Journey? Here they are hitting the line together. Noble Journey in the nightcap. From a very game North Coast. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. New York Derby Day, our 8th race on a 9-race card. We have a one-day Pick 6 carryover, a little shy of $1,650. Pick 6 starts in the 3rd. Fast racetrack. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes. Couple of overweights in the Monday opener. Number 5, Flat Bill, 1 pound over. Number 6, You've Got Mail, 2 pounds over the weight. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will begin the early pick 3. Scratch number 1, Winter Siren. Number 1, Winter Siren out of race 2. Kevin Navarro, new jockey 5, Betty Rubble. Kevin Navarro, 5, Betty Rubble. 4, La Cafetera, 1 pound over the weight. No changes in the 3rd. It will start our pick 6, $1 minimum wager, an old school pick 6. Let's go to the 4th race. Scratch 7 Central Station, 7 Central Station out of the 4th. 3 The Last Chic, an additional workout 12th of July here at Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning. Half mile move, 50 seconds breezing. A double and a pick 3 opportunity in the 4th. Pick 5 gets underway in the 5th race with our 9-race card and no changes in the 5th. Late pick 4 starts in race 6. Scratch the 8, Rosebud Ride. 8, Rosebud Ride, scratched from the 6th. 7th race will begin our late pick 3. 4 and 6 both scratch. Scouting Party and Tintagel. 4 Scouting Party, 6 Tintagel, both scratch from the 7th. Race 8 is the big one, the $150,000 added New York Derby. Non-LASIK stakes race, 1 mile and 1/16. New York breds, 3-year-olds. Number 4, Freud Me In, 1 pound over the weight. We have a couple of additional workouts. Number 1, Tacony Road, 12th of July here at Finger Lakes. Fast track half mile in 49.10 seconds, breezing. The 6 Makers Candy also on the 12th of July at Saratoga. Fast track 3/8, 37.87 seconds, breezing. The New York Derby, it's the 50th running this year. It begins our late daily double. 4:38 is the approximate post time. We go to the nightcap scratch 11. Cox's Ledge, 11 Cox's Ledge out of the nightcap. 10 Marble Moon, a jockey change to Emmanuel Di Diego. Emmanuel Di Diego, number 10 Marble Moon in the nightcap. 9 Easy Shot with an additional workout, 12th of July here at Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 48.40 seconds breezing. Those are the changes for our 9-race card. Fast Track 115, the one-day pick 6 carryover starting in the 3rd. Go to drf.com. You can get some free Finger Lakes past performances. It's a cool promotion. drf.com for free Finger Lakes past performances. Here's a day to mark down on your calendar. August the 7th. It's our next handicapping contest. The fans love this contest. It's free for all Lucky North Club members. $1,000 to the winner. Mark it down on your calendar. August the 7th. Our next $2,500 Handicappers Challenge. Sure hope you have a great New York Derby day. First post 115. Up next, Dave Mattice, Mr. Mattice, with all of his thoughts and picks for the New York Derby Day program.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Big day today as we got one of our richest races of the season, the New York Derby, $150,000 race. It's for the 3-year-old New York breds going a route, and yeah, it attracted Maker's Candy, a pretty good one. That one was entered in a graded stake and then just won the Mike Lee Stakes. Jose Ortiz will be here, one of the leading riders. Won the Belmont meet in that close battle with brother Irad Ortiz. He will be in the saddle of Maker's Candy, who's going to be a heavy, heavy favorite in that race. That's the one to beat. Interesting to see if anybody can step up and defeat Maker's Candy. Still got to run the race, but that's a pretty good one. When we last ran on Wednesday, what a day for Michael S. Ferraro and Louis Perez. They teamed up for 3 wins on the card, including Gone and Forgotten. Man, that one was forgotten at 7-2 odds. Big day for Mike Ferraro and Perez. Also, Brooke Ficarella got her first win. I think it was Kevin Navarro had a couple of wins on the card last week as well. We do have some sad news in our sport. Funny Side, one of the well-known New York breds, one of the best New York breds ever, obviously, won the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness Stakes, passed away. We all remember Funny Side when he came here, one of our biggest crowd, obviously the biggest crowd since I've been here. That day for Saratoga Stable, they came in here as they inflated the Wadsworth pool to attract Funny Side, and what a day we had as Funny Side was here. Saratoga Stable guys were great that day, doing some interviews, enjoying the day, and one of the most memorable days at Finger Lakes Racetrack, obviously, Funny Side Day. Man, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but obviously a legend in our sport as Funny Side passed away, as we say goodbye to a great one. Today we got the 50th running of the New York Derby. Remember such greats like Fiorito, the great Tin Cup Chalice. Tin Cup Chalice, the only one that swept the Big Apple Triple. Obviously Maker's Candy already won the Mike Lee Stakes. And the most memorable for me was when Don Corleone, one of the biggest upsets in the Derby, won with Dino Freites for Sal Iorio Jr. That'll take place as the highlight of the card, race 8 of this 9-race card. All right, let's look at today's card. First race is a 5,000 claim. We're going a distance of 1.70 miles. Keep an eye on the track plays. We do have a little bit of smoke in the air from the Canadian fires. It's supposed to clear out later, hopefully before the end of the card. Actually, hopefully before the start of the card. But first race, Parade Field. Good price morning line at odds of 7-2, I thought. Parade Field coming out of starter allowances. Yeah, getting beaten those starter allowances. Lost by 7 lengths in his last start. But that was only his second start off the layoff. Second time going long in much tougher competition. Obviously get some class relief today. and at 5,000 it's got to be tough. You look at last year when this horse ran for 5, was always right there. Maybe just a little bit overmatched in those 5,000, in those starters anyway. You catch a field that's a lot softer here. Now, I don't know how good Sneeds is right now. Sneeds obviously has faced higher class competition in the past, maybe needed a couple starts, but Parade Field looks like the horse to beat in here. And he's not even the morning line favorite. This horse is at odds of 7. Oh, I'm looking at the board right now. He's at odds of 4 to 5. The 7, Kazando, did have a wide trip in his last start. And you look at that race, that was won by Mr. Larry. That was part of our North Warning Distance Series. A couple horses had some bad trips. I mean, Mr. Larry was the one who kind of got loose in there. I don't want to say loose because it wasn't like he went that slow. The horse actually ran extremely well. But it seemed like a few horses had some wide trips behind him, and that horse didn't come back. So Kazando kind of chased a little bit, got caught wide. It was a sloppy racetrack that day. Today, fast racetrack. You expect this horse to be closer. He's been a little bit over bet in his 2 starts here at Finger Lakes this year. You know, maybe this is the type of field that he can beat. He's got to get a little better trip than what he's gotten, though, since arriving here. I don't expect him to be the favorite in here with Parade Field in the race. So at least you're going to get a little more value for your back in Kazando today, and he's definitely a top 3 threat. Yes, Sneeds, you know, maybe he needed a couple races. Also caught a sloppy racetrack in that North Warning, I want to say North Country because I'm from the North Country, the North Warning Distance Series. But this one was caught wide from a tough outside 10 post in that race. So a little bit easier today for Sneeds. This horse could wake up at any time, and his last year's form would be good enough to beat this field. He could be any kind. Flat Bill, more of an also ran here, does get the weight off with the apprentice rider, and that can help a lot in a route race like this one where nobody other than Parade Field dropping in class, it's not the strongest of fields. This horse hits the board a lot, and with that weight off should do so again. I'm going to go with the 3-7-4-5 in the first. Second race, scratch the 1, Winter Siren. Yeah, you know, Smart Broad doesn't seem like the same Smart Broad that she's been in the past, where she's gone against some tough competition, against starters, against allowance type groups. Didn't expect her to be in for 5,000 in midsummer already, but she just hasn't really fired her best shot. I mean, yeah, she's been against BB's Busted her last race. Before that, against Sweet Shallots in the sprint race. She's good going long or short. Actually, I think she's a little bit better going long. So I don't love the post. I mean, if Homedale Park wasn't in the race, you'd absolutely love Smart Broad. I think you still got to like Smart Broad. But it does look like she's got some competition with Homedale Park in the race. So, you know, maybe you consider that one as well because she's dropping off of this out of the same race. BB's Busted, Sweet Blindness. You know, Smart Broad finishing ahead of Homedale Park in that race, but they both take the same drop. You know, Homedale Park obviously has been in stakes races in the past. Smart Broad's been against allowance horses in the past. They both had very good past efforts and a lot of back-class. And both of them have a back-class edge on the field, and I'm going to go with them 1-2. Obviously, Smart Broad seems to be the horse to beat with a little bit better form. La Cafetera, maybe to pick up some pieces to hit the board in here. Woke up a little bit at 5.5 last time. Big, good-looking horse. Does need to get some racing luck in a lot of her races. I think she's a little bit better going long, so she can be dangerous in this spot if neither drop-downs have it. And she's 6-1 morning line. And I know you ain't talking to me stretched out. I got 2 stretch-out speed horses. You got I Know You Ain't Talking to Me and Betty Rubble. You got to figure both of them are going to be tough to rate going a route that both of them are going to show speed. And you might get like a 23-3, 24 type first quarter and maybe a 48 half, 47-4 half, I'm going to call it. And that might make it tougher. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, but you know, Nerca Huertas has improved everything in her stable. And this horse could be dangerous if she can get the jump on Betty Rubble and if inside speed is good today. Now, inside was good on Tuesday, kind of evened out on Wednesday, a more fair track. But we'll see how it plays today. Again, when you got 2 sprinters stretching out, not always do they just send out there. And if I know you ain't talking to me, is able to slow it down a little bit, and the track is playing a little more towards speed, she could be tough. I'm going to go the 6-2-4-3, though, kind of leaning towards the drop downs, especially Smart Broad. Third race, a good allowance race that goes the distance of 6 furlongs. And it's a tricky race because you do have Father Walsh, who's been knocking at the door, but is winless at the distance. You got a new face in Gray Wing, who's got some back class. Seems to do better on an off track, but then again, that's the problem. His last race was on an off track, so you got to think there's other variables involved why he ran so poorly. Devil or Angels looking for 3 in a row. I thought he was in pretty tough today, though. Invaluable Will coming off a good-looking victory in his last start, but he draws outside and gets a tougher field. The pace of this race is the key, and it's on the inside with Father Walsh or Gray Wing. Do these two try to mix it up, work it, a horse like Gray Wing clear early? And I think that's how you got to approach the race. If Gray Wing clears early, Father Walsh concedes the lead early, and then tries to get off the rail and kind of stalks off of that one, it might make Gray Wing's chances look even better. I mean, even if Father Walsh sends to the front from the rail, you got to think Gray Wing's going too, so that might compromise Father Walsh's trip as well. So that's the key to the race, and also the tactics of Father Walsh could matter. I would think Gray Wing is going to be a horse that wants the lead in here anyway, and I think he's going to get it. Again, he's a little better on the off track than the fast track. I do like the fact that he does have works since that last poor effort, and even a bullet work moving into this race, and that could make him good enough to win here, depending on what Father Walsh does. Now, if Father Walsh takes the steam out of him, I think that does help a horse like Trap the Dream, and Trap the Dream has been in pretty tough. He's completely at the mercy of the early pace in his races. At least he's got 6 furlongs today. Comes out of a tough race. I mean, you look at actually 2 tough races where the last ace didn't go with Honor Among Men, who's a real tough one anyway, and Honor Among Men just kind of controlled the pace. The last race, I mean, you're in against Trot Lad and Civil Service. That was a really tough group that Trap the Dream was in against last time. But again, he needs a pace up front. I don't know if he's going to get it. It is the key of whether Father Walsh and Gray Wing. You know, you could maybe see Father Walsh sending from the rail because Devil or Angel is in the race. When you got kind of a speed horse and a stalker closer in the race with the same stable, a lot of times you'll see one of them be more aggressive. So that could really help the chances of Trap the Dream in here and hurt the chances of Father Walsh. Invaluable Will is another one that could get an outside stalky trip in here. Benefited from being on the inside last time over that off track. But he ran his biggest race of the year. I was actually surprised at how well Invaluable Will ran. But he also was able to save a little ground early and swing out. Today he's going to have to overcome maybe a little bit of a wide trip trying to chase after the speed of Gray Wing and Father Walsh. Interesting to see what happens early may affect the outcome of this one. But I'm going to go with the 2-1-4-6, hoping that Gray Wing could get the early lead. Fourth race, Central Banker. The 7 is scratch. It goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. And let's face it, the 2, well, actually 3 horses have a major win threat, and 2 of them are from the same stable, so you got an entry. Makes it a little bit easier, this race. It makes it easier to kind of narrow down. But the key will be how War Smoke runs going from turf to dirt. Now, War Dancer, obviously a turf sire. War Dancer himself was a big turf horse. I think all 6 wins of his were on the turf. So, but the thing is, not really that strongly bred for the turf on the dam side is War Smoke, and the horse has never tried the dirt. So I think that might hint that this horse may actually like the dirt better. Got a couple of them today for Jeremiah. And Jeremiah has been pretty good with getting these horses that have been running on the turf. They come here and they run well on the dirt because they weren't well bred on the turf. So he's very sharp with doing that. And then they come here and overwhelm the dirt horses because they're actually a little bit better bred on the dirt. And that could be the case with War Smoke. So horse has been working here. The only concern is the long layoff. This horse has been off since 2021. They're going to have to dust War Smoke off for this race, but it almost looks like they have. I mean, I don't usually pick horses that are off a year layoff, much less a year and a half. I mean, you're almost going on 2 years for War Smoke that this horse has been off that long. But I'm going to take a shot here. You know, I'm not really taking a shot because he's going to be one of the favorites, but that is a really long time away from the races. But it's a maiden, and it is only 5.5 furlongs, and again, better bred for the dirt. But I guess you got to ask yourself, if you're back in War Smoke, where you been? I mean, can he win off a year and a half layoff? I'm taking a shot that he can, because, you know, otherwise, if you don't think so, then you're going to single the one entry. I mean, it's that simple. Go Get the Bag and Pantagelli. Both have been running well. Both of them have been hitting the board against maiden special weight competition. And if War Smoke doesn't have it off of the long layoff, obviously the entry could run 1-2 in this race. I think that's as simple as you can look at it. I think either the 5 might win or get nothing. If you don't like the 5, it's the entry as far as on the win end. The 2nd and 3rd could matter because 5 could be a win or get nothing type horse in this race coming off that long a time off. And that is a long time. It's not October of 2022. That's October of 2021. The 6, Honor My Mr. Baby, I'm going to use for 3rd. This one for Bill Bartlett. Not greatly bred, but I thought the horse ran well in his debut, where he pressed the pace and faded that day. Shortens up to 5.5. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the breeding. The offspring of that dam are all still maidens, 0 for 20 combined, but I think something's going to give one of these days. The dam's only win was on the artificial surface, but again, there's a lot of negatives when it comes to talk about the breeding versus these, but one major positive is the horse actually ran well in his debut and can move forward from that race, especially shortening up to 5.5. Then I'll throw in Support the Cat, one of those horses that you can use underneath, kind of sits back and makes a run. Can see so again today. I'm going to go with a 5-1-6-2, but man, I never take horses off this long. Yeah, I mean, that's what made it a toss-up between the 1 and the 5. Obviously, if the horse had run this year, it's a no-brainer. 5's probably going to win. What makes it more of an interesting race is that he hasn't. And he hasn't raced in a year and a half. All right, it's 5th race, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Yeah, going to go with the 3. Rattle Me is my top choice. They got the 5 up there, but it meant to put the 3. Rattle Me is the top choice of the 5th. The 3 Rattle Me drops in class from the 11 to 9 level to the 5,000 level, and does have a win at the distance. Yeah, it's kind of erratic last time, the way this horse ran. Didn't get off all that great, never really got near the lead, kind of backed off the lead early. The race before sent to the front end early and then kind of faded. It was only a few lengths beaten against the 11 to 9 level. I think Rattle Me looks awfully strong in race number 5. Again, Rattle Me is the 3 horse in race number 5, not Tina Burner. I do not like Tina Burner. The 6 horse Subtle Giant I'm going to use for 2nd. Subtle Giant did finish 6th at his last start, despite having some trouble. And that was a crazy race. It was won by a horse that was huge odds. Wasn't that long ago in Wine Trail. So obviously a couple of the logical horses got some bad trips in here, including Subtle Giant. Before that, kind of knocking at the door. The horse ran a much improved race when she broke her maiden after running horribly in the Subi race. But I think that kind of gave her some confidence because, again, her numbers improved off of that Subi race where that was the race she should have won. I'm going to go with the 3, 6, 1, and 2. Weather Advisory, I just don't have faith on the win end, although she's clearly knocking at the door. Maybe the one thing you say about Weather Advisory, she hasn't started at 6 furlongs that much. Maybe 6 furlongs could be her distance. She's only 0 for 1 at the distance, even though she's finishing 2nd and 3rd a lot at other distances. I guess that's the angle you could use. 5, 6, 1, 2 in the 5th. Or sorry, 3, 6, 1, 2 in the 6th, as I had Rattle Me on top, who's the 3 horse. All right, good. They changed it. Those guys are on the ball. 6th race, Scratch the 8, Rosebed Ride. Going to go with Boxton and Board. Going to get 4 to 1 on Chris Engelhart and John Davila Jr. I thought maybe can make the front end in here. You got some drop downs and 5 Alarm Freakout and Ever Graceful, who may show some speed. But there isn't a lot of speed in here other than One Ticked Lady. You know, if One Ticked Lady is aggressive, One Ticked Lady's probably going to get the lead. But I thought Boxton and Board being inside of One Ticked Lady could be a little more aggressive. Obviously got in some trouble last time in that same Wine Trail race where everything was crazy. I don't know how Wine Trail. Congratulations to Mike Progno. Wine Trail with a huge upset in that race. But Boxton and Board did have some trouble in the race, or probably would have at least been second or third in there, I want to say. Today can avoid all kinds of trouble by being aggressive and just going to the front end. And I think that might be the key for Boxton and Board. Now, it's hard to say how good Ever Graceful is. She's had 3 starts, all against tougher. Last race was against allowance horses, including Golden Moonlight. Golden Moonlight could go out there and just stroll around the track and beat this $5,000 group without ever really being asked. I mean, that's how tough that Ever Graceful race is. Now, she wasn't competitive, obviously, but nobody would be competitive against Golden Moonlight in this field. It's that simple. So she's obviously a player here. 5-alarm Freakout, turns back in distance. You could just draw a line through the last turf route race. She had no business even being in there. Her previous starts aren't that great, though. So I think the class relief is going to help 5-alarm Freakout in this race. Yeah, they bet her a little bit in that race as well. That's interesting. But this is a more competitive spot for 5-alarm Freakout. She drops, and she even attracts our top rider, Andre Worry. So 5-3-7-2 in race number 6. Albany 8's more of another one that just kind of finishes behind horses. Trying to get to our feature, but the 7th race, Scratch the 4, Scouting Party, and the 6th, Tintagel. Yeah, Janice Joplin. We got a horse that won the Schuylerville Stakes. Let's hit the board in the Schuylerville Stakes, I should say. Ran 3rd that day, ran 2nd in the Adirondack greatest stakes. So 2 times hitting the board against greatest stakes competition as a 2-year-old. She's obviously got some back class. She's bred to go long. She comes in here from Woodbine. She's by California Chrome. I mean, I can't find anything to kind of go against her. The dam cost $450,000 as a yearling by Arch. I mean, this horse has a big class edge on the rest of the field. But they still got to run the race. But she seems to hold all the cards here. Go with Janice Joplin. I was gonna ask Pan Man if he knew any Janice Joplin songs. I've heard of her. I just don't know any songs by her. The one Mucho Macho Maya. Does Jeremiah name these horses? That's what I want to know. But this one hit the board against Lone Star competition, against the maiden claimers there. That's good enough to be competitive here. Tried the turf here last year. I mentioned it earlier. Jeremiah seems to do good with these horses where he kind of gets these horses that were running on the turf, but not really that strongly bred for the turf. Obviously, the other one was better bred for the turf, being by War Dancer. But this one, not so much. And this one, only a 275 Tomlinson for the turf out of a dam that was actually more of a sprinter. Yeah, I think this horse will run just as good on the dirt here, even though most of her career has been on the turf. And that makes her a strong player. I mean, she's 8-1 morning line. I don't think you're going to get 8-1 on a horse trained by Jeremiah Engelhardt. Plus gets the weight off with apprentice rider Melissa Iorio. The 5, the Honorable Eye, 2 top 3 finishes, last time going long. Obviously a good angle here, Finger Lakes sprint route, and goes first time Lasix for that as well. Lot to like. And then Vroom Vroom, I didn't know what to do with Vroom Vroom. Really disappointing in the last start. I mean, this was one that looked like she was sitting on a win, at least in a sprint race, and didn't even really fire last time. If you could forgive the last effort, you could back Vroom Vroom today because she does have good numbers for the distance. Don't love the post, though. At least she gets help with a couple scratches. 9-1-5-11 for me in the 7th. Now our feature. It is the 50th running of the New York Derby. What is that? Silver's 25, gold's 50th. So the gold 50th running of the New York Derby. A lot of good horses have come through here running in the Futurity and then the Derby. This one goes obviously a distance of 1 mile and the 16th. Yeah, I mean, Maker's Caddy really tough to go against. I mean, if you could beat the horse, Allure of Money might be a good one to take a shot with. The horse won the Tin Cup Chalice as a 2-year-old. Freud Mine might be the speed of the speed. I don't know how good that one's going to be going a mile and 16th today, but Maker's Candy's the most proven. Obviously, this horse ran beating New York Breds in the Mike Lee Stakes. The other thing that gives him an advantage over a horse like Freudmine, horse is proven without Lasix too. I don't think Freudmine has run without Lasix yet. So that's another angle too, because now we run this race non-Lasix, which we hadn't done in the past. All of our stakes races now are non-Lasix stakes. And that could be the key if you're kind of thinking, well, maybe I'll take a shot. Freudmine could be the speed, could steal this thing. I don't think so. I'm going to go with Maker's Candy on top. The Dam's a have to. Sky Diva was a grade 1 winner. I mean, well bred. I mean, the Dam cost $550,000 a yearly. It's by Twirling Candy. Broke his maiden. I think that's the only time he ran with Lasix was when he broke his maiden by multiple lengths. And obviously it was his best number, a 90 buyer that day. Mike Maker won this race last year. I think it was Paris, I want to say, that he won with. I can't see him not winning this race unless something goes awry. I mean, they still got to run the race. They got to run the race. Jose Ortiz makes the trip. Tough to beat. The 2 Allure of Money, how good is Allure of Money? I guess that's the wild card here. I don't think he's going to get the lead. Maybe he does. Maybe he tries to beat Freudmine to the lead. So that one's pretty quick. But this is a Tin Cup Chalice winner. He's proven going long. The stretch out was the key last time. He did have things kind of his way last. They didn't go that fast. So we'll see. I mean, if somebody's going to beat him, I thought maybe Allure of Money could be the one. Freudmine obviously likes an off track. Isn't going to get it today. At least it looks like he's not going to get it today. But he could be the speed. The 5, Tis Lucky. Man, what an effort by Tis Lucky last time. It was kind of against the racetrack at last time. They tried press style competition, found that too tough. Back in against New York Breds today. Obviously only the 1 win as a maiden. But I think this horse has got some potential. And maybe it's kind of working into that now because he is well bred for the route. And he's only had the 1 route on the dirt, and that's where he broke his maiden. Good feature, but it does look like we attracted a pretty good horse. If he runs his race, it's going to be awfully tough to deny, and you're probably looking at something like 1-5 in that race. I'm interested to see this horse, though. Scratchy 11, Cox's Ledge out of the last, from a 1-5 shot who looks like he's your single to a wide open last race. One of the better $5,000 races you'll see because of all the drop downs. I'm taking a shot with Kingfish. Got some backing early last time when he ran. He is at the mercy of the pace. He's a big, good-looking horse that can be a little bit sluggish at times and cannot lose his momentum or race over for Kingfish. We've seen it before from this horse. But when he has things go his way, when he breaks okay, when he's able to make that 1 run at the end, he'll get there. Well, that is a question mark here about the pace. I like him at $5,000 though. I mean, he's better than $5,000 claimers. Well, this is a tough $5,000 field because you've got drop downs. And how often are you going to get 10-1 on Engelhart and Davila with a horse making his second start off the layoff, probably needing a route, which he needed last time? I don't think you're going to get 10-1 on Kodiak Brown, but with a good field with drop downs, maybe you'll get a good price. Mandatory payout, logical horse in here, has also run against tougher in the past, and it's definitely a horse that you can't leave out. And then I'll throw in the 9 Easy Shot, another drop down, dropping from a starter. Obviously, if this horse runs his race, he's going to win here. But there's a lot of ifs with all these drops. Good card here for our New York Derby day. The highlight of the day is the main event, the New York Derby, which is going to be race number 8. It's our 50th running of that mile and 16th route. We are going to continue running Monday through Wednesday this week. Tomorrow will be our next live racing day with a 1:15 first post. I'll see you then.
Coming onto the track for the Monday opener, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races in the past year. $5,000 claimers. Here they are. Number 1, Mo Crazy Blues, Heeman Harkey. 2 is Grit and Glory, Jose Baez. Next will be the big favorite, 3, Parade Field with Jackie Davis. Eva Money. Next will be number 4, Sneeds, Emmanuel Di Diego. 5 is Flat Bill, Carlos Barbosa, now 3 pounds over. 6, You've Got Mail, Giovanni Paredes, 2 pounds over the weight. And 7 is Cozando, K. Burkoa. Those are the 7 horses and their jockeys, a fast racetrack. 9 races for the New York Derby Day program. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Post time in a few minutes. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Happy New York Derby Day to everyone. 9 races this afternoon. Our 8th race is the featured event, the $150,000 New York Derby. New York breds, 3-year-olds, 1 mile and 1/16. Mike Maker, he won the race last year with Paris. He's got the big favorite, Maker's Candy. Even money with Jose Ortiz, 4:38, the approximate post time for the New York Derby. We have a field of 7 non-winners of 2 races in the past year, $5,000 claimers. Coming right back with the 7, Cozando. I liked him on the 3rd of July. He did not run a jump. I'm not sure why. Maybe he missed K. Burkoa that day. Maybe he didn't like the sealed, sloppy racetrack. Maybe he just didn't like the level of competition. I thought on the 19th of June he had somewhat of a troubled affair. I really endorsed him on the 3rd of July. I owe it to myself to come right back with him. Cozando, my top pick at 5-2. He ran some races in March and April at Tampa that would make him difficult to handle. Let's put the pen through the running line of the 3rd of July and come right back with him. 4, Sneeds is somewhat intriguing. I know his best race makes him more than capable to get to the winner's circle. He's had a couple of prep races. He's never really been a big fan of an off racetrack, and that was the case on the 3rd of July. And he had a very difficult post. In fact, both of his comeback races, he has had difficult posts to deal with. In fact, if you really dive into his PPs, his last 4 races, he's had outside posts. Should get a much better trip this afternoon. Pretty intriguing at 11-1. Here's a horse who won the allowance N4L condition back on the 19th of July. That was his 5th career victory, so perhaps he had never won an allowance race. I'm not quite sure, but he beat Uno and he beat Take Charge Christie. He's run some big races. Sneeds at 11-1, 12-1 now. He'll be forwardly placed. He's somewhat intriguing in my opinion. The 5, Flat Bill's a horse that never really gets a lot of love. He's currently at 6-1. A decent second place finish to this Cat Can Fly, who we will see on Wednesday stepping up for 11,000. He finished in front of Cozando on the 19th of June. I thought Cozando had a little bit more trouble to deal with. I'll make Flat Bill 3rd. And then you get the 3, Parade Field, the big class dropper and the big favorite. I get it. He's dropping out of those starter allowance races. He needed both of those affairs. Price is a little short for my liking, 6-5. 7-4, 5-3 for me in our Monday opener. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Monday opener. 3-2, number 3, Parade Field. 8-5, number 7, Cozando. 6-1 on the 1, Mo Crazy Blues. Mo Crazy Blues, the first of 7 into the gate. Mo Crazy Blues stretching out. Speed to his immediate outside with Grit and Glory. Next will be the current favorite, Parade Field. 7-5 on the board. Cozando 8-5. Sneeds for the Murph. Flat Bill will be next. Then the big long shot, You've Got Mail. And Cozando will be the last of 7. 6-5 Parade Field. 8-5 Cozando. Cozando now 3-2. Still working on the long shot, You've Got Mail. There he is into post 6. Cozando to the outside with Cabercoa. Ready for the Monday opener. And there they go. Sneeds away in last. Mo Crazy Blue shows pace with Grit and Glory. Cozando comes away running in third. Here's Sneeds from between runners. Parade Field from his inside. Flat Bill in a tight spot. 3 deep just outside of him. You've Got Mail. So the pace battle is on as expected with Mo Crazy Blues and Grit and Glory. Parade Field wants to get involved, saving ground inside of Sneeds, who's from between runners. And Cozando runs with them in the clear, 3 deep entering the backstretch. Towards the tail of the field, You've Got Mail and Flat Bill. 24 2 fits. Mo Crazy Blues on the stretch out, almost a length to Grit and Glory. Cozando is pressing the tempo. 3 deep. Parade Field gets a nice ground-saving journey. Sneeds is up close in the 2-path, 2.5 off the front. 2 lengths to Flat Bill, half a length or so back to You've Got Mail. 49 seconds to half. Grit and Glory, Mo Crazy Blues, Cozando right there, 3 deep. Parade Field needs somewhere to go in behind a wall of 3 leaders heading into the turn. Sneeds gives way just a bit. I'm going to Flat Bill and You've Got Mail. Cozando making his move to the outside with this wide journey. Parade Field's going to try to quicken along the rail. So it is Cozando with the overland route. And to the inside comes Parade Field. A big opening for Parade Field. And what a trip for Parade Field. Saving ground throughout. Cozando's had to cover a lot of ground. Parade Field, Cozando. And then we go to Mo Crazy Blues and Grit and Glory. Parade Field. Cozando trying to come and get him to the outside. Parade Field got to save all the ground. Cozando had to take a deep journey. The advantage with Parade Field. Cozando second. Flat Bill comes running on for third. 4th place, Grit and Glory. Tale of 2 trips. Parade Field and Jackie Davis got to save all the ground. Cozando and Cabercoa had to cover a ton of ground. The advantage with 3. Parade Field, the unofficial winner of the Monday opener. 142 and 94 100ths the final time. What a huge opening for Parade Field at 4-5. 7 Cozando ran a winning race. He's second best. 3rd place to the 5, a Flat Bill. 4th place to Grit and Glory at a good price. Make sure to hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a trainer's objection, 2 against 7. Dylan Clark, trainer of 2 Grit and Glory, has lodged a trainer's objection against 7 Cozando. Stewards will sort it all out. Here's 3 Parade Field in the winner's circle for the 6th time in his career. A 7-year-old bay gelding by Quality Road out of the Dam Special Guest. Owned by McDuff Stables, LLC, and Richard Massey. Winning trainer Mike Lucchesi. Winning jockey, that girl, Jackie Davis. A Kentucky bred by William Farish and Lazy F. Ranch. Once again, a trainer's objection, 2 against 7. Stewards are reviewing the video coverage. Make sure to hold all tickets while the stewards sort out this trainer's objection. It does not affect the unofficial winner, 2 against 7. After reviewing the video coverage, the stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. Stewards felt that the 1 Mo Crazy Blues was the horse that was getting out and causing most of the issue. Stewards felt there was no need for a change in the order of finish. They felt the 1 Mo Crazy Blues was more of the culprit. No change to the order of finish. The opener will stand as is, 3-7-5-2. And the opener is official. 3-7-5-2 on the board. That exacta $13. The trifecta $7. The 10-cent superfecta $5.05. Our second race scratch, 1 Winter Siren scratch from race 2. 4 La Cafetera, 3 pounds over the weight. 5 Betty Rubble, a jockey change to Kevin Navarro. 5 Betty Rubble, race 2. Second race will commence the early pick 3, post time in about 18 minutes at 1:44. Fans, go to drf.com. You can get some free Finger Lakes past performances this afternoon. A great promotion, teaming up with the Daily Racing Forum. drf.com for those free Finger Lakes past performances. Make sure to participate in our fingerlakesbonusbets.com. You want to sign up, 6% rewards, Finger Lakes races. Different percentages, different racetracks throughout the country. New customers that deposit and wager $100 receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you're not a member, sign up today. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay. Fans, race 1 running time should have read 1 minute 45 seconds. Going to go with a new final running time from the opener, 1 minute 45 seconds.
Getting ready for race number 2, and the favorite parade field doesn't disappoint. Jackie Davis with a nice ground-saving ride to get the victory for trainer Michael Lassesi to start off the New York Derby card. Second race, 5,000 claimer, split condition, 9 winners of a race since a date, or I've never won 4 condition, goes the distance of 1.70 miles. We do scratch the 1, Winter Siren. Got a couple horses that have got some back class and are dropping today, and one of them is Smart Broad, who ran against BB's Busted. Actually, Homedale Park and Smart Broad come out of the same race on June 21st. Smart Broad really hasn't shown much in her 3 starts this year, so get some class relief, drop into 5,000 after not hitting the board in her first 3 starts of the season. Certainly the drop to 5,000 could be enough to get her to the winner's circle. She's got that stalking style on the outside that should certainly help her, as she'll sit right behind the speed of I Know You Ain't Talking to Me and Betty Rubble. You got 2 speeds stretching out of sprints. Now, Homedale Park also makes the same drop, but she was claimed for 5,000 when dropped in and just got defeated badly by Ramon. How much the best was Ramon that day to win for 5? Now, she stepped up in class, tried to earn a route, and this will be the first time back at Finger Lakes in a route for 5,000. So the class relief for her as well could certainly help her chances and looks to be the main threat, and she's at odds of 3-1. Now you look at the pace scenario here. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me has won a couple races already this year. She broke in the air last time, lost all chance in a easier sprint, and now stretches out. So the question is, can she carry her speed the whole distance, especially with another stretch out, Betty Rubble, expected to probably put some pressure on her early. But definitely dangerous, as she's been in good form for Nurka Huertas, and she has an excuse for her last start. Other than that, she hasn't run badly at all this season. The only other time she missed the board was against allowance competition. So second race, we start at pick 3. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered. Scratch the 1, Winter Siren.
Coming onto the track for today's second race, 5 fillies and mares, $5,000 claimers, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 1. Here's the field. 2, Homedale Park, Burkoa. 3, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, Carlos Camillo. Next will be number 4, La Cafetera, Carlos Barbosa, 3 pounds over. 5 is Betty Rubble, the lone filly, has the services of Kevin Navarro. Kevin picking up the mount. 6, Smart Broad, the favorite, Jeremiah Flores, Even Money. Field of 5, 4 mares, 1 filly, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race. Since January 17th, they're non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. Scratching the 1, Winter Siren. This race starts the early pick 3. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. You're looking at my top pick, the 2, Homedale Park. I think the 2 turns is much better for her. She ran a decent second to Ramon on the 24th of May. I know she was beaten pretty big that day, more than 10 lengths, but still, she's much better at 2 turns than the sprint. That was only her second start since early January. A couple of years ago, she had a big 2021. She's made over $202,000. I thought the pace dynamics were in her favor. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, La Cafetera, Betty Rubble, all stretching out. 3 and 5 figure to be prominently positioned. Then you throw in the favorite, Smart Broad, who does her best running up near the pace. Thought Homedale Park had a good little look here. Her second time around at 2 turns. And she's dropping back in for 5. She comes out of the same race as the current favorite. And it should be noted she took a lot more tote action that day than Smart Broad. Homedale Park was 22-1. Smart Broad was 40-1. Smart Broad finished well in front of her, but let's give Homedale Park a little bit of a look here in the second race. Once again, the pace flow, I think, will be in her favor. Seems to be, even though a quaint-sized field of 5, there is an ample amount of pace. 6, Smart Broad, obviously makes a lot of sense. The last time she was victorious was when traveling at 2 turns against much better, that second state bred. In fact, she hasn't been in for $5,000 in quite some time, if ever, in her career. She doesn't necessarily need the lead, and probably with those sprinters to her inside, she could sit a cozy trip. She deserves the top billing at 7-5. 3, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, has run some pretty good races this season. Let's forget about the allowance N3L race, and most recently she was a beaten favorite. The other 3 races have resulted in 2 victories and a good third-place finish to Fast Fran, who's off to a good start this season. I guess the question mark would be the distance. Bustin' Stones out of a Tiger Ridge mare. The lone time she tried the distance, she got a pretty dismal Beyer speed figure of 18. But she enters this one probably sharper than she's been in past years. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me at 2-1. Homedale Park, the 2, my top selection here in race 2. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the second race. Even money, number 6, Smart Broad. She's looking for her 7th career victory, dropping down significantly in class this afternoon. La Cafetera, the first of 5 into the gate. Homedale Park to the inside. I know you ain't talking to me. La Cafetera and Betty Rubble all on the stretch out this afternoon. Betty Rubble. And the favorite, Smart Broad. She's even money. Homedale Park 9-5. I know you ain't talking to me at 5-2. Smart Broad, the last of the quintet. Ready for action. And there they go. Betty Rubble's out for the lead. I know you ain't talking to me is showing pace. Smart Broad's up close from the far outside. Homedale Park gets to save ground. La Cafetera from between runners. I know you ain't talking to me and Betty Rubble vying for the top spot. Homedale Park continues to save ground along the inside and Smart Broad gets into the 2-path. La Cafetera content to be the early trailer, last to 5 and a little more than 5 lengths from the front. I know you ain't talking to me, and Carlos Camillo on the lead, 2 lengths to Betty Rubble. Homedale Park vying for 3rd with the favorite Smart Broad. Another 2 lengths to La Cafetera, still a little less than 5 lengths from first to last. Good opening quarter of 23-4. I know you ain't talking to me. Speeding Clear opens up 3.5. Here's Smart Broad with an early move. Smart Broad taking over 2nd, passing Betty Rubble. Homedale Park joined by La Cafetera. Homedale Park all the way to the back marker. Smart Broad coming to call on I know you ain't talking to me. I know you ain't talking to me. 2 lengths. Smart Broad 2nd. Here's La Cafetera with a nice run from 3rd. And 4th is Betty Rubble. Not much from Homedale Park. I know you ain't talking to me. Smart Broad gets within about 1.5 lengths. And La Cafetera's into 3rd. I know you ain't talking to me. The one to come and catch. Smart Broad's under a vigorous drive from 2nd. And 3rd, La Cafetera. I know you ain't talking to me. A little quick through that opening quarter. And here's Smart Broad asserting her authority on the class drop. And up goes Smart Broad. Smart Broad opening up her 7th career victory. I know you ain't talking to me for 2nd. Then La Cafetera. And here's Homedale Park, who finally decided to run in the final quarter of a mile and get up for 4th. $146 and 82 100ths. We're going to stick with that time. 6 Smart Broad, a nice ride by Jeremiah Flores, making sure she got involved up the backstretch. Once you saw her solidifying 2nd, pretty much was shaping up to her liking. 6 Smart Broad, too good on the class drop. 3, I know you ain't talking to me, a little too quick, too early, 2nd best. Then the 4 La Cafetera, 3rd place. 4th place, the 2 Homedale Park. 6-3, 4-2, 6-3, 4-2 unofficially in race 2. All right, fans, we have a jockey's objection. Carlos Camillo, jockey aboard 3. I know you ain't talking to me, has lodged an objection against the 6 Smart Broad and Jeremiah Flores. Stewards will be reviewing the stretch run. A jockey's objection, 3 against 6 in the stretch. Big crowd to greet Smart Broad, take the photo out on the track. Smart Broad, her 7th career victory. This is probably going to push her close to $150,000, if not over that mark of earnings. 7-year-old Gray-Roan mare by Encaustic out of the dam, a Smart Punch, owned by Bruce Anderson and Laurel Least. Winning trainers Ricky Schaefer, winning jockey Jeremiah Flores. The winner was bred in New York by Laurel Least and Jason Warner. No change to the order finish, as is 6-3-4-2. Second race is official, 6-3-4-2. The early double, 3-6, $10.20. 6-3 exacta, $18.20. 6-3-4 trifecta, $9.10. Super 6-3-4-2, $1.98. Third race will start our pick six, that one-day carryover, a little shy of $1,650, a dollar minimum wager, an old school pick six. Nothing to report in the third. Let's go to the fourth race. Scratch the 7, Central Station. Race 6, scratch the 8, Rosebud Ride. 7th race, scratch the 4, Scouting Party, and the 6, Tintagel. Our Monday pick 6 in about 19 minutes at 2:14. And a big Finger Lakes shout out to Garnett Barnsdale. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I have been told that he is Canada's biggest Buffalo Bills fan. So we always like that here at Finger Lakes. Big Finger Lakes shout out to Garnett Barnsdale.
Coming up on race number 3, and Smart Broad, too good for $5,000 claimers. There was some anxious Moses. I know you ain't talking to me. Did shake loose, not really as much pressure by Betty Rubble, but Smart Broad just was still able to chase that one down. Jeremiah's Flores for Richard Schaefer's won a couple races in the last week. Still looking for what the objection was on. Third race, an allowance race. Now here's a state bred going a distance of 6 furlongs. This one starts the $1 pick 6. Some early money on the 2 Gray Wing. Does have a class edge on our state bred allowance horses, as this one was running at Mahoning Valley. 3 wins in a row at Mahoning Valley. Of course, all on and off track. So that's the interesting part of Gray Wing, because his last race isn't that good. Was claimed out of that race, and he should have liked the off track. At least he's shown that he liked the off track in the past. His highest numbers have been on the off track in the past. But he does have a couple wins at the distance, and he does have some good early speed. It's just a matter of, can he get in front of Father Walsh early, the one that breaks inside of him. Now, Father Walsh, Oscar Gomez opts to go to Devil or Angel, but Father Walsh looks like he's got the better of the two, at least numbers-wise. He's the better of the two. Devil or Angel's working on 3 in a row. But the downside of Father Walsh is the record at the distance. He is 0 for 9 going 6 furlongs. So he just can't quite get the 3/4 distance, but he's still a player in here against this competition. He draws the rail, and he does have that tactical speed that he's got to be considered a top 3 threat, despite not being able to win at 6 furlongs. He has hit the board 6 out of the 9 starts going 3/4. The 4 horses, Trap the Dream. One of these days, this horse is going to get enough of a pace. He's clearly at the mercy of the early pace, and he comes out of a couple tough heats to start off the season, finishing off the board in both of them. But you look at the last race, Victorious Wave, Tralad, who should have won the race, and Civil Service is no slouch either. This is a little bit easier as far as quality than that field, but the question is going to be, will enough of a pace develop for Trap the Dream to close into? Because his running style has been his main issue if he doesn't get that pace up front and they don't come back to him. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts with race number 3. Got about 8 minutes to post.
Coming onto the track for the third race, a 6-furlong sprint, 3-year-olds and up, New York breds, first state bred allowance condition, no changes. First leg of our Monday pick 6. 1-day carryover, $1,642 post time in about 3 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Father Walsh, Andre Worry. Second choice at 3-1. Big favorites, the 2, Gray Wing, 2-5, John Davila Jr. 3 is Interstate, Joel Cruz. 4 is Trap the Dream, Kevin Navarro. 5, Devil or Angel, Oscar Gomez. Devil or Angel looking for 3 in a row. A stablemate to the 1, Father Walsh, 1-5 conditioned by Paul Barrow. And the 6, Invaluable Will, gunning for 2 in a row, his jockey, Rafael Rohina Jr. That's the field of 6, race 3 in a few minutes. Another short price favorite to deal with here in the third, the 2, Gray Wing at 2-5 on the board. Chalk won the opener. Smart Broad should have been the chalk, drifted up to the second choice. Now you get a prohibitive favorite, Gray Wing. I'll make him my second pick. 1, Father Walsh. Can he get away from the starting gate? 2 out of his last 3 races, he's had trouble leaving the starting gate. It definitely cost him on the 21st of June. If he breaks that day, he's going to run down forward motion, in my opinion. The race 2 back is really good. New York Anthem was the lone pace. Father Walsh had to get into the race early, tested that big favorite, actually put his head in front. Father Walsh coming right back here with my top pick. I've been on this horse a few times this season. At least we're going to get a little rewarded this afternoon. He was odds on last time with the presence of Gray Wing. His price should be a little better, although he's starting to get some love all the way down to 9-5. 2, Gray Wing probably has the pace advantage here. Some of his races at Mahoning probably put him on the lead. Not a lot of pace for a first state bred condition. Hoping Father Walsh can use the tactics that he did on the 5th of June to stay relatively close to New York Anthem. If he can do that against Gray Wing, maybe my top selection has a fighting chance. Otherwise, Gray Wing could be difficult to handle. Looks like a pretty good claim by Jeffrey Engelhardt. Jeff doesn't mess around. He ventures to other venues, gets those New York breds, brings them here, wins the first condition, then they're off and running. John Davila Jr. in the saddle. 3-5, Gray Wing, the one to come and catch. 5, Devil or Angel is the other Paul Barrow trainee. Interestingly enough, Oscar Gomez has been riding both Father Walsh and Devil or Angel. He has opted for Devil or Angel. Can't fault Oscar for that. Devil or Angel has gotten him to the winner's circle on 2 occasions, 2 for 2 already this season. Never underestimate a sharp equine. Maybe I've gone with the wrong Paul Barrow horse. Devil or Angel with an outside stalking trip and the missile, Oscar Gomez. Then you get the 4, Trap the Dream. Windy Lee Farm says, all right, we've had enough trying to chase down that elusive N4 condition. That condition can get salty and difficult to win around here at Finger Lakes. So the state bred is a much easier assignment. Trap the Dream's a horse who does his best running in the final quarter of a mile. Will he get enough pace to chase this afternoon? That's the big question. He definitely fits from a class standpoint. He's up against it with the pace flow. I'll make him my 4th pick. 1, 2, 5, 4 in race 3, starting the pick 6. 1 minute, post time in a minute. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the third race. Gray Wing, even money. Father Walsh all the way down to 6-5. Now 4-5, Gray Wing. Father Walsh remains 6-5. Some new money in our pick six, a little shy of $5,000. Nice pick six for the New York Derby Day card. Our pick six sequence concluding with our 50th running of the New York Derby. Mike Maker looking for back-to-back New York Derbies. He has the big favorite, Maker's Candy. Probably a single in most of the pick six tickets. Trap the Dream loading. Devil or Angel looking for 3 in a row. And Valuable Will 2 in a row. Devil or Angel, a stablemate to Father Walsh. Ready for the pick six. And there they go. And Gray Wing was away in last. So Father Walsh broke alertly this afternoon with Andre Worry aboard, and he has the advantage. Gray Wing, after the slow start, trying to rush up along the inside. Devil or Angel is 2.5 for 3 from his stablemate. It's a break of 2 lengths, and Valuable Will advancing into fourth, and Trap the Dream and Interstate. So Father Walsh broke very alertly this afternoon, and his main nemesis Gray Wing didn't, so the advantage is with Father Walsh at the 3/8. And he travels comfortably enough, leads by better than 2.5 lengths to Gray Wing, who gets a tap trying to cut into the margin, and he does. And these two put a space between the others. In third races Devil or Angel, then Invaluable Will, Interstate, and Trap the Dream. And Father Walsh has no excuses this afternoon. He's the one to come and beat, and he gets away from Gray Wing. Devil or Angel third, then we're going to Trap the Dream. Father Walsh running like a good thing this afternoon. He puts it all together. All he needed to do was get out of the starting gate. Andre Worry and Father Walsh much the best. Here's Devil or Angel for second. Trap the Dream third. Gray Wing checks in fourth for the Super. So it is Father Walsh who broke very alertly this afternoon. Got a text from Roddy Valente after the pre-race analysis. Said they wanted to go with Andre this afternoon, see if they could get him out of the starting gate a little better than the recent starts, and that was the case. Father Walsh at 7-5. A good time, too. 111 3/100ths. Race 3 changed very drastically right at the start when Father Walsh broke like a good thing and Gray Wing had that sluggish start. Father Walsh untroubled thereafter. Paul Barrow with a nice exacta here. His stablemate 5, Devil or Angel, at 10-1 second. 4, Trap the Dream checking in third. And we will need a photo for the fourth spot. Make sure to hold all tickets. Fourth place, number 2, Gray Wing. Father Walsh is in the winner's circle. Fifth career victory, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Twirling Candy out of the Dam She Stone Sis. Owned and bred in New York by Roddy Valente. Winning trainer Paul Barrow, winning jockey Andre Worry. And race 3 is official. 1-5, a 4-2, the top 4 finishers. The double 6-1, $17.80. The Paul Barrow exact at $27. 154 trifecta, $15.62. 10 cents super 1542, $7.60. Fourth race, scratch the 7 Central Station. 3, the Last Chic, an additional workout, 12th of July, Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 50 seconds breezing, a double and pick 3 opportunity in the 4th. And post time in 21 minutes at 2:43.
in the paddock for race number 4, and that was Father Walsh, who took advantage of the pace scenario. Gray Wing, the speed of the race did not get off. When you have 2 horses with speed, one of them doesn't go, the other one getting the advantage and getting a clear, easy lead. It was over from there. Andre Worry picks up the mount for Paul Barrow. Father Walsh will start the $1 pick 6. There was a small carryover going into that pick 6 wager. Looks very hittable today. 4th race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in here, and you really can narrow this race down. Now, on paper, though, easily the best horse of the race is the 5 War Smoke. The big question mark, obviously, is the layoff since October of 2021. They have to dust this horse off, being off so long. Obviously, a little better bred for the turf on the sire side, being by War Dancer, and the first 3 starts were on the turf, but at least 2 of those races were in short sprints. You got to like the works over the dirt for the return for War Smoke. The fact that this is a maiden race, I'll take a horse that has been off a long time. Any like older claimers allowance, they don't win. But this one looks like he's got a big class edge on these. Of course, the big concern is the long time away from the races. But this looks like the horse to beat. The only concern is obviously the layoff. And the most logical horses to win the race, if War Smoke doesn't have it off of that layoff, is the Paul Barrow entry, as he just ran 1-2 in the 3rd race. This could be the same sort of thing. Now, Andre Worry obviously opts to go to War Smoke over Go Get the Bag, but that one's knocking at the door. Showed good speed last time before just getting caught at the wire by Shorts in the Winter. Pantin Jelly lost to Tuscany Road, who's in the stakes race today. So pretty good entry and an obvious contender in race number 4. Seem like the main rivals in here. You do have a couple others to consider. The 6, Honor Mr. Baby, who first career start wasn't terrible. Pressed the pace of Tacony Road before fading, but he does have some room to improve off of that race. Dam's only win was on the artificial. I mean, we've seen some Honorable Dillons do pretty well here, though, at Finger Lakes, and he did run well in his first start, and he could move forward from that race and finish in the top 3 in here. The 2 horse is Support the Cat. That's been more of an underneath type. He's had a lot of chances, 11 starts, but hasn't run badly. Ran into a tough one in Matt Doyle last time, busting credit. Kind of got loose in the race before, and he passed some of the other ones to be second. Tough to leave this one out at tries and supers, but it seems like Go Get the Bag, Pantagelli, and War Smoke seem to be the main contenders of race number 4. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts with this race. Again, we scratch the 7 Central Station.
On the track for the fourth race, 3-year-olds and up maiden special weights, 5.5 furlong, scratch 7 Central Station. 3 The Last Chic, 12th of July, an additional workout here at Finger Lakes. Fast track that morning, a half-mile move, 50 seconds breezing. Field of 7, 6 wagering interests, a double into pick 3. Here they are, number 1. Go Get the Bag, Joel Cruz. Paul Barrow looking for 2. Stablemate 1A, Pentangeli with Oscar Gomez. Even money for the Paul Barrow duo. 2 is Support the Cat, Jackie Davis looking for a riding double. 3 The Last Chic, Luis Perez. Next will be number 4, Iron Horizon, Emmanuel Di Diego. 5 is War Smoke, 7-5. Andre Worry looking for back-to-back victories. And completing the post parade is the 6, Honor Mr. Baby and Jose Baez. 3 minutes until the 4th. 8 in special weights in the 4th race, a field of 7, 6 wagering interests, a double and a pick 3. Even money for the Paul Barrow duo, 6-5 for the comebacking War Smoke. 1A Pentangeli, my top pick. A big shout out to the Seton Hall Pirate, Frank D'Amato. Love how he names all of his horses, or lots of his horses, with these Godfather characters. And we get Pentangeli, who's had the misfortune of running up against some monsters this season. Schiffauer strong in his career debut, beat him by 11.5 lengths. Pentangeli well clear of 3rd. On the 5th of June, it was Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart has rattled off 3 consecutive victories this season. Stepped up out of that maiden special weight race to a nice allowance event. Then the Connections, Windy Lee Farm got very aggressive, and they put him in one of the saltier starter allowance races I've seen this season, and Fiery Heart came through in flying colors on Wednesday. And then on the 28th of June, Pentangeli ran up against the debuting Tacony Road, the son by finger painter for the Murph, and we get to see Tacony Road in the New York Derby. So Pentangeli just running up against buzzsaws. Does he face another buzzsaw here with War Smoke? We'll find out here in a couple of minutes. I'll make Pentangeli my top pick. He's done nothing wrong. He's just had the misfortune of running up against 3 nice horses, and you couple him with Go Get the Bag, who has every right to run right there with Pentangeli. It's a powerful Paul Barrow duo. I'll take my chances with them. I've got the 6, Honor Mr. Baby, as my second pick. I liked his career debut run. Figures to improve. Showed speed. He was battling with Tacony Road. He gave way grudgingly to the eventual winner. He'll benefit a lot from that race. His odds currently at 7-1, a little bit of an enticing price. Didn't know what to make of War Smoke. He hasn't been seen since early October when he did race in 2021, early October of 21. When he did race in 21, it was all turf dashes, 5.5 and a 7 furlong turf race at Belmont Park. Obviously, that career debut run makes him competitive. The dam was unraced. Her dam is with approval, so that suggests long and turf racing. Holy Smokies had 3 pretty good youngsters win a lot of races. Conquest Fahrenheit, 3 for 7, $187,000, mostly turf. Incensed won 9 of 70 races, made $291,000. Mostly shorter turf dashes, but a couple of main track sprints. And then you get Liar Smoker, who won 9 of 40, mostly all long, but later on in that one's career had some success traveling 2 turns on the dirt at Belterra. With all of that turf blood, it's no question why War Smoke started his career in all those turf races. We'll see how he fares on the Finger Lakes dirt. Long time since he's been to the races. Got some nice works. He's got 3 bullets in the holster. War Smoke getting a lot of play at 4-5. After that, I looked at the 2, Support the Cat, who I liked his race on the 19th of June. Busting Credit's a horse that I'm pretty fond of. Matt Doyle looked pretty good winning on the 28th of June. Unfortunately for Support the Cat, looks like he's got a couple of buzzsaws with Pentangeli and War Smoke to deal with here in this spot. I'll put him fourth. I like the Paul Barrow duo here in the fourth race. They're my top picks, especially the 1A Pentangeli. We've got a 9-race card, so our pick 5 will start in a race 5. This fourth race offering a double and a pick 3. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the fourth race. 4 to 5 War Smoke on the comeback bid. Even money for the Paul Barrow duo. After that, 2 Support the Cat at 9 to 1. A field of 7 with 6 wagering interests. The horses are just arriving at the starting gate. Support the Cat is in. Here's the Last Chic. Iron Horizon. There's Iron Horizon, one of the big long shots with the Last Chic. War Smoke, first start since the 1st of October in 2021. 4 to 5 on the board for the comeback bid. Even money for the Paul Barrow duo. Joseph Boosie's Honor Mr. Baby for the Cowboy Bill Bartlett and Jose Baez aboard. And then you get both halves of the entry. Go Get the Bag and Pentangeli. Pentangeli to the far outside. Michael Corleone did this and Michael Corleone did that. Let's see what Pentangeli does here in the fourth. Ready for the race. And there they go. Pretty good start for all. And showing some pace is Iron Horizon with War Smoke. Go Get the Bag wants to push from the outside. Pentangeli from the top shelf. Support the Cat along the inside. Then the Last Chic. And Honor Mr. Baby nowhere near the front in his second career start. And War Smoke means business on the comeback bid. Travels beautifully through the early stages. Go Get the Bags into second. Iron Horizon's third. Pentangeli looks to save ground heading into the turn. And he has more than 3 to make up on War Smoke. 3 lengths back or so to Support the Cat. Another 5 to the Last Chic. Honor Mr. Baby's the last of all. And War Smoke's ready on return. He's the one to come and catch. Go Get the Bag and Pentangeli pursue this big comebacker. War Smoke turns for home with the lead. Pentangeli riding the inside. He gets within a length near the final furlong. I'm going to Go Get the Bag. War Smoke still has something left. Pentangeli playing second fiddle once again. Support the Cat late on the scene into third, making a move for second. War Smoke in front. Another one for Andre Worry. Poor Pentangeli just keeps running up against buzzsaws. Not even sure if he hung on for second. Support the Cat. Tried to tag him late for that spot. And then we Go Get the Bag and Honor Mr. Baby for the Super. So it's a good-looking comeback victory for the 5-year-old War Smoke. Another one for Andre Worry. Horse was traveling pretty nicely up the backstretch run. Pentangeli got within about a length and a quarter, length and a half at the 3/16, but War Smoke kept on going at 4 to 5. 1 minute 6 and 41 hundredths. Second got a little tight. Pentangeli getting a little tired. Support the Cat lunging late. We'll see who finishes second. Make sure to hold all tickets. 1A Pentangeli hangs on for second. Third place to the 2, Support the Cat. Fourth place, 1, Go Get the Bag. Fifth place, 6, Honor Mr. Baby for the Superfecta. Horse Smoke, worth the wait. Been a while since we've seen him. 5-year-old dark bear brown gelding by War Dancer out of the dam. Holy Smoky. Owned and trained by Jeremiah Engelhardt. Back to back for the Wolverine, Andre Worry. The winner was bred in New York by Sugar Plum Farm, Peter Edwards and others. And race 4 is official. Andre Worry's double, 1-5, $12.80. A 5-1 exacta, $5.30. 5-1-2 trifecta, $2.37. The 10-cent super, 5-1-2-6. $1.03. 6-1-5 early pick 3, $11.25. 3 with 6 with 1 with 5-7. The early pick 4, $16.37. Fifth race, we'll start our Monday pick 5. The fifth race is clear of change. Let's go over the sequence. Race 6, scratch the 8, Rosebud Ride. 7th race, scratch 4, Scouting Party, and 6, Tintagel. And we go to the nightcap, scratch the 11, Cox's Ledge. A jockey change on the 10, Marble Moon to Emmanuel Di Diego. Our New York Derby pick 5 in about 21 minutes at 3:13. Fans, go to drf.com, get some free Finger Lakes past performances. Still time to get that pick 5 handicapped out. drf.com with a great promotion this afternoon for our New York Derby. Free Finger Lakes past performances on drf.com.
In the paddock 4, race number 5, War Smoke, way too good for that field. Just a matter of the layoff, the works didn't lie, and he was ready to roll. Andre Worry gets a victory for Maya Engelhard. 5th race of 5,000 claimer goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Another race you can pretty much narrow down. The tricky read would be the 3, Rattle Me. This horse looked all erratic last time. It got the bad start, never really got in the race. Before that may have been hindered by the rail post as he had to send out there, get the lead, then kind of got engulfed and ended up finishing 4th in traffic. Of course, that race is still good enough to beat $5,000 claimers. Definitely has shown more talent than these horses in his races at Turf Paradise. Just hasn't put it together in the 2 starts here, and maybe the class relief could put her in the winner's circle. Rattle Me at odds of 9-5. The 6, Subtle Giant, has been a little inconsistent, but she's definitely running well since breaking her maiden. And she did have a troubled trip in a race won by a big long shot, Wine Trail, horse that was trained by Mike Progno. Big price winner still hard to believe that horse won. But there were some horses that had some bad trips. Wine Trip got the clear run and ended up rolling by to get the victory. And Subtle Giant didn't have as much racing luck and got blocked behind horses. Horse is always right there. Looks to be a top 3 threat again today. Is at odds of 3-1. Weather advisory, good one to use underneath, not necessarily on top. Of course, 6 furlongs, she's only gone 6 furlongs once in her career. Didn't hit the board, but one of the things you say, she hasn't failed that badly. She was a beaten favorite in that 3-quarter race, but it was against some tougher competition. This year, it just seems like she's just not getting there. She's closing ground, but not getting there to get the win. But a horse that you almost have to use underneath in tries and super. Weather advisory, one of these days, still a horse to use underneath. 5-2 is the price on that one. That's some of the horses that are getting some play, and the ones that I like here in the 5th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts with race number 5.
And bugler Garnett Barnsdale has the fillies and mares coming onto the track for race 5, a 6-furlong affair. No changes. Starts our New York Derby pick 5. 3:13 is the post time. Let's meet the field, beginning with the 2, Empress Pulpatine, Nazario Alvarado. 3 is Rattle Me, Caber Koa, the current favorite at 9-5. 4 is One Journey, Jeremias Flores, looking for a riding double on the Monday card. 5 is Tina Burner with Carlos Barbosa. 6 is Subtle Giant, Emmanuel Di Diego. Next will be the 7, Smokin' Ziva, Rafael Rohina Jr. Skipping the parade was the 1, Weather Advisory at Jackie Davis, looking for a riding double. Weather Advisory on her way to the, just past the 5/8, Weather Advisory. She's on her way to the 9/16. This is the first leg of our Monday pick 5 and post time in a couple of minutes. Seven fillies and mares to start this New York Derby pick 5 sequence. Rattle Me, the one that's going to get most of the love. She's currently 9-5. Seems like a fair enough price on the board for Rattle Me. She is looking for her second career victory like all of the other gals. This is an N2L affair. She had been primarily competing at Turf Paradise until the start of this season. A pretty good 4th to In Traffic. Last time didn't run much, but that was a pretty good little group of 11 N2Ls. Pretty Miss Keynes was able to come out of that affair and run second, stepping up to the allowance, or stepping up to the 11 N3L. I believe it was an 11 3L. Might have even been an allowance race. Sweet Sugar Baby, we're going to see her this week. She's been running pretty good for this level. So now Rattle Me drops in for $5,000. Her victory was against Maiden $8,000 at Turf Paradise in a 6-furlong affair. The question is she quicker than both Empress Pulpatine and One Journey, or can she sit a stalking trip? We'll find out. Speed's been pretty good. Caber Koa with the best clock in the business here at Finger Lakes. He'll put her in a good position. She's the one to beat. 9-5, a fair enough price. It's been a speed favoring racetrack. That doesn't bode well for my second and third place finish or picks here, selections. But with the expected pace between the 2, 3, and 4, maybe they can overcome the trend of the track. 6, Subtle Giant. Boy, Ralphie D doesn't waste any time getting her back into the entry box. She has been a frequent flyer this season. Ever since the 2nd of May, she hasn't missed a beat. 17th of May, 31st of May, 13th of June, 26th of June, 5th of July. Here we are on 12 days rest. You know, good thing for her, she does her best running in the final quarter of a mile. I think her race on the 5th of July is better than it looks on paper. She had a little bit of trouble trying to find somewhere to go between the 5/16 and the 3/16. Once she was able to straighten out, she came with her big run up the inside. She's done pretty good stuff this season. Give her another look underneath, possibly if they go crazy up front. Weather Advisory, boy, no excuses her last couple of races. She had everything her way on the 5th of July. She was along the inside. The eventual winner, Wine Trail, at a big price, came rolling down the center of the racetrack. Can't really fault her last 2 races, but she hasn't had much excuse. Oh, look at all the runner-up efforts. 6 second-place finishes versus that 1 lone victory. And then you get One Journey, who ran pretty good. She was trying to stay with Bad Connection, and always like to give a big shout-out to Maggie Seidman. Maggie does some great stuff with aftercare for thoroughbreds. I saw on Twitter over the weekend that she spent a lot of money getting a horse with some surgery and going to be giving it off to another owner, Maggie Seidman. Big shout out to all you do with all your thoroughbred aftercare. And One Journey ran big on the 26th of June, and this will be her 4th start of the season. She has good speed where she could be tactically positioned in a nice spot, turning for home if she can just lay off both the 2 and the 3. 3, Rattle Me on the class drop. What's her price now? Still sticking with 9 to 5. We got to take that number and give it our best chance here to start our New York Derby Pick 5 sequence. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 5th race, starting our New York Derby Pick 5 sequence. Number 1, Weather Advisory, is the favorite at 3 to 2. Just the 1 victory versus the 6 runner-up efforts. The favorite at 3 to 2, Weather Advisory. 3, Rattle Me on the class drop, 2 to 1, and good tote support. The 6, Subtle Giant at 5 to 2. Empress Pulpatine moving into her respective post. Rattle Me is there. There's one journey for Maggie Seidman and her partners. Next will be Tina Burner. Subtle Giant and Smoke and Ziva. So Weather Advisory at 3 to 2 and Rattle Me at 8 to 5. Smoke and Ziva, the big number on the board at 57 to 1. Ready for the New York Derby Pick 5 sequence. And there they go. Rattle Maze out for the lead. Inside of Tina Burner, Empress Pulpatine comes away running in 3rd. Subtle Giant is 4th. I'm going to 1 journey, Weather Advisory, and long shot Smoke and Ziva is the last of 7. And Tina Burner is making the pace. Somewhat surprisingly, Tina Burner with the top spot. From Rattle Me, Empress Pulpatine 3rd along the inside. And Subtle Giants in a nice spot heading into the turn. Only 2.5 off the leaders. 2.5 to Weather Advisory, a little less than 5 lengths from the front. Better than 2 to 1 journey, and Smoke and Ziva's at the back. And Tina Burner has been the speed of the race, and Rattle Me's coming under a little pressure. Here's Subtle Giant making a move into 2nd. Empress Pulpatine, a little less than 5 off the lead, joined by Weather Advisory. Tina Burner trying to spring the upset. 21 to 1 on the board. Rattle Me fighting for a minor placing with Subtle Giant. Weather Advisory coming to call on the leaders with strong left-handed urging. And now she's wandering a bit. Tina Burner, Subtle Giant, Rattle Me, Weather Advisory. Who's it going to be? Rattle Me coming back for more with Subtle Giant. What a finish. Rattle Me, Subtle Giant, Tina Burner, Weather Advisory, didn't know where she wanted to go. A thrilling finish in the fifth. What a finish. Surprisingly, it was Tina Burner who made the pace. Rattle Me looked like she was in a lot of trouble near the quarter pole. Subtle Giant came with her customary run. What about Weather Advisory? Trying to warm up to the task to the outside and then shifted ground into the two-path or so. Two-path with the four horses across the track. Might have been the four-path, really. Photo for the victory. This one got a little tight. Rattle Me or Subtle Giant. 1:14 and 23/100ths the final time. Three, Rattle Me first. Six, Subtle Giant second. Third to the five, Tina Burner. Fourth to the one, Weather Advisory. Rattle Me. 4-year-old Chestnut Filly by Jimmy Creed out of the Damn Surprise Cameo. Owned by McKenna McCafferty. The Desert Rat, Troy Smith, the winning trainer, the winning jockey, Kay Burkoa. New York bred by Topsmead LLC. Somewhat of a surprise cameo considering the way Rattle Me was looking near the quarter pole. She musters something from within and gets the photo over Subtle Giant. A good finish to the fifth. And the fifth is in the books officially. 3-6-5-1, the double 5-3, $8.20. That 3-6 exact at $20.80. 3-6-5 trifecta, $36.10. Super 3-6-5, $18.05. 1-5-3 pick 3, pretty formful, $9.70. Late pick 4 up next. In race 6, scratch the 8, Rosebud Ride. Our late pick 4, 22 minutes away at 3:44.
In the paddock 4, race number 6. Good finish to the 5th. Rattle Me able to stay close on the inside. Subtle Giant probably got bothered a little bit by Tina Burner late, which cost Subtle Giant the victory in that race. But it was a close finish, and it was Rattle Me who got the victory by a half a head. That was Keeper Koa for Troy Smith getting the win. 6th race is a 5,000 claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. We scratch the 8 Rosebud Ride. See the money pretty spread out for this race. Going to start in with Boxton and Board. There isn't a lot of speed in this race either. Figured that maybe One Tick Lady could have some tactical speed. Boxton and Board found herself back early after a stumbling start, and she did have a trouble trip. I think a bunch of them had a trouble trip that race. As Long Shot Wine Trail was the one that rallied down the middle of the track. But this horse found herself far back off of a slow pace. Would expect this horse to be more aggressive today and be out there with One Tick Lady, and that could be the difference in a race like this one. The 3-horse is Ever Graceful. Takes a big drop in class after not showing much last race, but that last race was against a horse called Golden Moonlight. Golden Moonlight is a tough allowance horse, so you might even consider to be a future stakes horse. That's how good that race was that she was in. Now, she wasn't competitive. She finished last in the race, but so would everybody else in this race finish last in that race. So she broke her maiden in her first start in New York. So she has shown some talent, and she would be no surprise in here dropping all the way to the bottom. Not even a stop in the middle, right down to the bottom 5,000 claimer. Now, another horse dropping in class is the 7, 5 Alarm Freakout. This one's getting some play as she does attract leading rider Andre Worry. Only good race for this horse really was her maiden victory against restricted 3-year-olds at Penn National when she was able to get an easy lead. Now, she's outside of the speed of One Tick Lady and Boxton and Board, so I'm not sure if she'll be able to make the front in here. But at least that race was at the 6 furlong distance, and the class relief is going to help. And because of the drop in class, she's getting some play at odds of 5-2. Albany Yates is the 2-horse. Albany Yates, horse that is always close. I mean, it seems like she's getting closer and closer. That last race was more of bad connection, stopping late, than it was Subtle Giant and Albany Yates going by that horse. It was close, though, between the 3 of them. But Albany Yates, it would be tough to leave this horse out of tries and supers, as she should be closing late to get in the number yet again. Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 4 starts in race number 6. We scratch the 8, Rosebud Ride.
Fillies and Mares, race 6, another $5,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime affair. $5,000 claimer, scratch the 8 Rosebud Ride. First leg of our late pick 4. And post time in about 5 minutes. Here they are, number 1, Sue B, Rafael Rohina Jr. 2 is Albany Yates, Caber Koa, looking for back-to-back winners. Next will be the 3, ever graceful Nazario Alvarado. 4 is Frankie Knows Best, Heeman Harkey. 5 is Boxed In and Board, John Davila Jr. 6, One Tick Lady, Luis Perez, stablemate to the 1, Sue B, Deborah Breed, conditioning both 1 and 6. And 7 is 5 Alarm Freakout, Andre Worry with a big day, looking for 3. Right now the 5, Boxed In and Board, is the current favorite at 2-1. A field of 7, beginning our late pick 4, post time in about 3 minutes. Late pick 4 time here for race 6. I'll tell you what, the 3-1 price on the 7 seems pretty good. 5 Alarm Freakout. Kind of thought this horse on this big class drop was going to get a lot of money, so I wanted to go searching somewhere else. Landed on the 2 Albany Yates, a horse that I've been following all season. Boy, she finishes like a freight train. She's kind of like Subtle Giant. She comes with a good run each and every time. She's not really pace dependent. Look at her most recent race. They went 48 seconds for the half, and she's still able to come closing into that soft pace. Race before that just as solid, really rolling through the lane. The only problem is you wanted to be a little closer today than normal, but hey, you know what? Race 5, both Weather Advisory and Subtle Giant were from off the pace, and they were gaining. Maybe we're going to get a little shift in the trend of the track. I'm hoping so with my top pick here. Albany Yates, her price is currently 9-2. The 7, 5 Alarm Freakout makes a lot of sense. She's on a big class drop. She has speed from the far outside. All she has to do is maybe get close to repeating that maiden victory on the 9th of February at Penn National against that $16,000 group. She could be a player. She hasn't come anywhere close in her other 4 races to ever replicating that race, but we know it's in there. We shall see with Andre Worry aboard. 4-1 seems like a pretty good price with a horse who's got a lot of pace and is taking a pretty good class drop. Looked at the 3 Ever Graceful. Here's another one on a big class drop. You know, if she's good enough to break her maiden against state-bred 25s against 3-year-olds and up on the 16th of April at Aqueduct, you would have to think she's got to be somewhat competitive against this $5,000 group. Her 2 subsequent starts since the maiden victory have been a little uninspiring. Therefore, she has plummeted all the way to the bottom for 5. Just the class drop alone makes her worthy here. She is one of the players. And then you get the 5 Boxed In and Board, who's right now our favorite. She's 9-5. She comes out of the same race as Weather Advisory and Subtle Giant that ran in our previous 5th race. Coming out of the same race as Albany Yates. Stumbled badly at the start. You know, she was well respected from a wagering standpoint that day. Didn't really get the best of starts. Her maiden 11 victory makes her very competitive in this affair. All she has to do is get away running from the starting gate, and she should be forwardly positioned. I can see why the fans are on her at 9-5. 2, 7, 3, 5. I'd use all 4 of them trying to advance on to our late pick 4 on New York Derby Day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Post time in a little more than a minute. It's post time for the 6. Big favorite is the 5, Boxed In and Board at 6-5. Good tote support on the 3, Ever Graceful, 2-1 on the big class drop. Then it's the 2 Albany 8s at 7-2 and the 7 5 Alarm Freakout at 5-1. There's Frankie Knows Best. Boxed In and Board, even money. 1 Tick Lady, stablemate to Sue B for Deborah Breed. And the Pennsylvania Invader, 5 Alarm Freakout, late pick 4 time. And there they go. Good start for Boxed In and Board this afternoon, straight to the front. Also up close in the second spot is Ever Graceful, and Albany 8s is into the race a little earlier than normal. Frankie Knows Best vying for the second spot. Also there, 5 Alarm Freakout. 4 of them line up for second, chasing the chalk of Boxed In and Board. Then the Breed trainees at the back, 1 Tick Lady and Sue B. Boxed In and Board with a much better start this afternoon than her recent start. She's in command heading into the turn from 5 Alarm Freakout and Albany 8s. Ever Graceful's giving way just a bit, back to 4th. From her outside races 1 Tick Lady. From her inside is Sue B. Frankie Knows Best is the last of all. And Boxed In and Board tends to her business, builds up 5 lengths. Albany 8s is into second. 1 Tick Lady makes a move for third. Nothing from 5 Alarm Freakout. Up the inside is Sue B. And the board told the tale here. Boxed In and Board all over this group. Albany 8s clearly second, then Sue B. 5 Alarm Freakout. And from the inside, Ever Graceful. 6-5, Boxed In and Board. And everybody knew about Boxed In and Board this afternoon. Albany 8s clearly second, then Sue B. and 5 Alarm Freakout. Six to 5, Boxed In and Board. Cruz is on the front end under John Davila Jr. Second place to the 2 Albany 8s. Big price on the 1 Sue B up for third. Fourth place 7 5 Alarm Freakout. 5-2-1-7, 111 and 98 100ths the final time. Boxed in and board, a 4-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Bandbox out of the Maryland Monroe. Owned by Ice Wine Stable, winning trader Chris Engelhardt, winning jockey John Davila Jr., the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer. Maryland bred by Angela Coombs. And race 6 is in the books, officially 5-2-1-7. The double 3-5, $12.80. A 5-2 exacta, $11.40. 5-2-1 trifecta, $51.75. 10-cent super, 5-2-1-7, $43.30. 5-3-5, pick 3, $7.15. Seventh race, we'll start our late pick 3. 4 and 6, both Scratch Scouting Party and Tintajel. The 7th race, 22 minutes away at 4:15.
10 minutes to post for race number 7. And that was Boxton and Board. Figured to be the speed in there if aggressive, and DeVille was able to get that one to the lead, and she was able to control things, taking advantage of a paceless field. That one for trainer Chris Engelhardt. 7th race starts the late pick 3. We scratched the 4 Scouting Party, the 6 Tintagel out of this one. Yeah, the 9 Janice Joplin looks awfully tough in here. If she obviously has some back class, but she lightly raced this year with the 3 starts on different surfaces. 2 starts in the artificial, then the last start on the turf. But she does have dirt experience in sprints as a 2-year-old. She hit the board not only in the Schuylerville, but also the Adirondack Stakes, 2 top 3 finishes for Janice Joplin. So a much easier assignment here. It's just a question of where this horse is at right now in her career, because she's still a maiden, and even though she was in those graded stakes, she's still got to get through the maiden condition. The dam is a $450,000 yearling by Arch, and is also by California Chrome. So the breeding's there, the class is there. Just a matter of, is still a lot in the tank to get through the maiden condition today. Janice Joplin right now, slight favorite over Shoop There It Is at 6-5. Now, Shoop There It Is interesting. This one's getting play. Hasn't shown much in 2 starts, but will stretch out for the first time, probably getting some play with the presence of Jose Ortiz, who made the trip today to ride the favorite in the feature event, which is the New York Derby, which will be race number 8. So picking up another mount here for Jeremiah Engelhardt, but getting some public support. That just shows the people's respect for Jose Ortiz. Because the other Jeremiah Engelhardt horse looks like the tougher of the 2, and that one's 10-1. Mucho Macho Maya, even though I'm sure he was the one who named the horse. This one, not really bred for the turf, and a lot of the career starts for Mucho Mama Maya is on the turf. One of her best races was actually on the dirt at Lone Star when she finished 3rd. Obviously plays here, and this one coming off a layoff since May, draws the insides, got weighed off with the apprentice, and is right now at odds of 8-1. So it's getting a little bit of action. I would expect the 9 Janice Joplin to get most of the play, just because she looks like the most obvious horse in here. The Honorable Eye is the other logical horse in here. 2 second-place finishes. You got a sprint route angle is a second-place finish in her first sprint. Wasn't bad, but no match for a much the best winner in tumbles. And then last race, it wasn't the strongest of fields. Grandma T actually got off slow and still won the race. So it was a slower field last time, but she has Lasix, making her 3rd career start, and improvement very possible for the Honorable Eye. Definitely a top 3 threat. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts. Scratch the 4 and the 6.
Race 7, 3 and 4-year-old fillies made in special weights, 1 mile and 70 yards. Lose the 4 and the 6 Scouting Party and Tintagel. Here they are. Number 1 is Mucho Mamma Mia, Melissa Iorio. Two is Going Home Now, Luis Perez. 3, Happy Time, Michael Davila Jr. Scratch the 4. 5 is The Honorable Eye, Andre Worry, looking for a riding triple. Scratch the 6. 7, Sweet Descent is Kay Berkoa, looking for another winner. 8 is Baby Dreams, Carlos Barbosa. 9 is Janice Joplin, the favorite. John Davila Jr., Chris Engelhart looking for doubles. 6 to 5 in the wagering. 10 is Shoop. There it is. Jose Ortiz. Jeremiah Engelhart looking for a training double. 11 is Vroom Vroom. Jackie Davis looking for another winner. There's the Honorable Eye who skipped the parade. Once again, Andre Worry looking for 3. 9, 3 and 4-year-old fillies. Our 7th race starting the late pick 3. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Even money on the board for Janice Joplin and 5 to 2 for Shoop. There it is. We are due for a price, fans. We have had a lot of short prices this afternoon. Let's try to blow up the 7th race with the 7 Sweet DeSantis. 26 to 1. Did some research on the dam this morning. Sweet Repent. Sweet Repent won a lot of races. I believe she won 10 races in her career. Trying to find some of the statistics I wrote down. Here we go. 10 for 20 in her career with 3 seconds and 3/3, $637,000. And she won a bunch of races with added real estate. The only time Sweet DeSantis has had added real estate was at Tampa on a couple of occasions against some salty maiden special weights and then a maiden 32 on the turf. She's had 2 races here at Finger Lakes, both at 5.5 furlongs. She attracted a lot of attention in both of those races. 6 to 1 in her debut. Recently, she was 6 to 5 against a pretty good one named Boy Is She a Lady. Sweet DeSantis now going to stretch out for the first time at Finger Lakes. Let's take a shot here. 27 to 1, trying to spring a big upset. 5, The Honorable Eye's done some pretty good racing here at Finger Lakes in both of her career starts. Today she gets the addition of Lasix. She does like to do her best running from far off the pace. I've liked what I've seen from her. She's also a nice price at 9 to 1. Janice Joplin's the one getting all the love on the board. You know, once upon a time she was a pretty good 2-year-old. She ran 3rd in a maiden special weight at Churchill, 3rd in the Schuylerville, 2nd in the Adirondack. Tried the juvenile fillies on the Kentucky Downs yielding turf course and was under 5 to 1 that day, but didn't run much. Comes to Finger Lakes, all that past class. Janice Joplin, she's already made $90,000. Came onto the track with the front bandages, but that's what Chris Engelhart does with a lot of his horses. Janice Joplin right now, the big chalk. After that, I looked at the 3 Happy Time. I like kind of her race on the 26th of June. Not the fastest interior fractions with that 46 and 4 in a minute and 1/5, yet she was able to make up more than 10 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. Going to stretch out this afternoon. Thought she had a good stride. And gets Lasix. She's worth a little bit of a long shot look. Didn't know what to make of the 10. Shoop, there it is. Have to be encouraged with the class jump. Didn't run much in her maiden special weight debut run. Closed well against maiden 11s. Going to get Jose Ortiz stepping up in class. Back to the maiden special weight with the added real estate. She's 3 to 1. You get Vroom Vroom on the outside. I've been fond of Vroom Vroom. Haven't liked her last couple of starts, especially the 26th of June. The 5th of June, she didn't do much wrong. I don't have a lot of excuses for her on the 26th of June. Certainly would think the added real estate would be in her favor. Tapazar out of a Birdstone mare does have a difficult post to handle. 7, Sweet DeSantis trying to break my slump. I haven't picked a lot of winners of late. Maybe we can break through here with a nice 15-1 shot on the board. It starts our late pick 3. A little more than a minute until post time. It's post time for the 7th race. Janis Joplin at 4-5, the big favorite here in the 7th. 10 Shoop, there it is at 9-2. The 11 Vroom Vroom 5-1. The 5, the Honorable Eye at 6-1. Mucho Mamma Mia, 1 for Jeremiah Englehart, 1 of 2 for Jeremiah, stablemate to Shoop, there it is. Going home now's in. Here's Happy Time, 1 of 2 for Jim Aquilano, stablemate to Vroom Vroom. Up next will be the Honorable Eye with Andre Worry. Sweet DeSantis ready to move forward. Going home now, acting up in post position 2. Sweet DeSantis loading. Up next will be Baby Dreams. 75-1 Baby Dreams. Janis Joplin at 3-4. Shoop, there it is. Jose Ortiz and Vroom Vroom with Jackie Davis. 9, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, our 7th race, starting the late pick 3. Janis Joplin all the way down to 1-2. Ready for action. And there they go. Happy Time away in last. Vroom Vroom with a sharp start. Baby Dreams is there. Janis Joplin wants to go. Going home now, makes 4 of them gunning. Sweet DeSantis comes away in 5th. Then the Honorable Eye. Shoop, there it is from the far outside. Mucho Mamma Mia, second last, and Happy Time's the last of all. Pace on up front with Baby Dreams and Janis Joplin, the big long shot in the chalk, separating themselves by about 6 lengths to Sweet DeSantis, striding into 3rd inside of Going Home Now. Break of more than 3 lengths to Vroom Vroom with Shoop, there it is. Another 2.5 to Mucho Mamma Mia and the Honorable Eye. Happy Times at the back. They're going quick up front, 23 3/5. Baby Dreams almost a length to Janis Joplin, stalking smartly. Sweet DeSantis gets a nice trip from 3rd, 6 off the pace. More than a length back to Going Home Now. 2.5 Shoop, there it is with Vroom Vroom. 4 lengths to Mucho Mamma Mia. The Honorable Eye second last. Happy Times the last of all. And there goes Janis Joplin opening up. Janis Joplin quickly opens up on this group. Going home now, makes a move for second. Sweet DeSantis from the rail. Baby Dreams gives way. Shoop, there it is into the 4th spot. Look at a Mucho Mamma Mia and Vroom Vroom. It's all about Janis Joplin. Janis Joplin with a big healthy lead at the 3/16. Sweet DeSantis fighting for second with Going Home Now. Shoop, there it is, and Mucho Mamma Mia. But it's all about Janis Joplin. A good-looking lead at the 16th. Janis Joplin. Come on, come on, come on, and take another little piece of my heart now, baby. Janis Joplin, a comfortable winner. From Shoop, there it is, Mucho Mamma Mia. And checking in 4th was Going Home Now. One to 2 for Janis Joplin. 146 and 7/100ths. Big run from her. Baby Dreams tried to soften her up as much as she could, to no avail. Race was over past the 3/8. Pretty good race for second between the Jeremiah Englehart gals. Mucho Mamma Mia and Shoop, there it is. Hold all tickets. 146 and 7/100ths the final time. Ten Shoop, there it is, up for second, 3rd place to the 1, Mucho Mamma Mia, 4th place to the 2, Going Home Now. Janis Joplin's in the winner's circle here at Finger Lakes. 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by California Chrome out of the Archmare Seeking the Blue. Owned by Gary Barber. Back-to-back for Chris Englehart and the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Virginia Kraft Payson. 7th's in the books officially, 9-10-0-1-2. A 5-9 Chris and John double, $7.40. 9-10 exacta, $14. 9-10 1 trifecta, $11. 9-10 1 2 10-cent super, $15.62. Up next, the New York Derby, $150,000 added, the 50th running of the New York Derby. Non-Lasix event, 1 mile and 1/16, 3-year-olds, New York breds. Number 4, Freud Me In, 1 pound over the weight. Number 1, Tacony Road, an additional workout, 12th of July here at Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 49.10 seconds, breezing. 6, Maker's Candy, 12th of July at Saratoga. Fast Track 3/8, 37.87 seconds, breezing. The New York Derby begins our late daily double post time in about 20 minutes at 4:46. And a big Finger Lakes shout out to the guys from the Paradise Farms Corporation. They've got the big favorite here, Maker's Candy. They won it last year with Paris, trying to go back to back in the New York Derby. William Gadamer and others with the Paradise Farms Corporation. Big shout out to them. They've got the favorite, Maker's Candy, in the New York Derby.
Getting ready for our feature race of the day, the 50th running of the New York Derby. No doubt about that winner, Janis Joplin, too big of a class edge on our maidens. John DeVilla made it look easy for trainer Chris Engelhart. Had to eat the short price of odds of 1 to 2, but it is what it is. All right, now let's get ready for the New York Derby. It is for New York bred 3-year-olds going to mile 16th. Obviously, the last few years, it has been a Lasix-free stake, so nobody can run with the addition of the medication Lasix. And turned out to be a good race, but it did turn out to have a horse that looks like he lays over the field. Talking about Maker's Candy. Jose Ortiz, one of the leading riders in the country, just won the Belmont meet over brother Irad Ortiz. They're both here. Maker's Candy looking good in victory in the Mike Lee Stakes. He won going a mile to break his maiden, and that was a dominant victory. That was the only time that he used the medication Lasix, but at least he's got the experience of being off that medication, and he's looking for 2 in a row. Remember, the only horse that's won all 3 of the New York bred 3-year-old stakes used to be the Big Apple Triple, the Mike Lee, the New York Derby, and the Albany. That was Tin Cup Chalice, trained by Mike Lascesi. Nobody else has ever done that. Maker's Candy looking to take the second leg of the former Big Apple Triple. This one very well bred. That dam is a half to Sky Diva, who's a grade 1 winner. Costs $550,000 a yearling to the dam, and this one is by Twirling Candy. What a good looking horse Maker's Candy is, and looks to be the obvious horse to beat. He's right now at odds of 1 to 9. Would expect a short price favorite. Looking for a horse for second, or maybe looking for a horse to upset. Allure of Money, maybe the best shot, I want to say, is Allure of Money. Looked good, defeating a lot easier in a conditional allowance last race. First time stretching out this year as a 3-year-old. He did win a minor stakes race last year, the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. That was for $30,000 at the end of the year. And at least he's shown some talent, and he may be showing some improvement. Now, the pace wasn't that quick in the race that he just won, but a solid victory in only his second start of the year. Obviously not the kind of competition he's going to face here. There's no Maker's Candy, but he could be a top 3 threat in the New York Derby. And if Maker's Candy doesn't win, somebody's got to. Freudmine's getting a lot of press. This one was a beaten favorite 2 starts back, and then caught slop and dominated. Looks like he's well bred for the slop, so he was probably hoping for a little bit of rain for this race. The dam costs $170,000 a yearling. This one could be the speed of the speed in here, so may try to steal it on the front end and go all the way going a mile and a 16th. Certainly has looked good in 2 of his 3 starts, and that does make him dangerous if able to open up a big lead early and try to make Maker's Candy chase him down. The 5 is Tis Lucky. Tis Lucky making his second start versus winners, I guess you would say. He won his last start here at Finger Lakes and ran a big race, having to run down the speed. It wasn't like they went that fast. They went 51 and 117. Tis Lucky still won the race. That's how much the best he was that day. A little overmatched in the Presque-Isle race against open allowance horses, but I think he can, as a shot against these restricted 3-year-olds, to maybe run in the top 3 or 4 for Beth Miller-Saul. Exacta-Tri Super Daily Double offered in our feature race of the day, one of the richest races of the year, the 50th running of the $150,000 New York Derby.
Race 8 is the 50th running of the $150,000 added New York Derby. Here's the field. Number 1, Tacony Road, owned and trained by Tim Murphy. The jockey is Nazario Alvarado. Looks like we will skip ahead to number 3, Mo Trump. He is owned in partnership by M. Anthony Ferraro and David Cummings. M. Anthony Ferraro is the conditioner. The pilot is Jackie Davis. Number 4 is Freud Me In, owned by My Purple Haze Stables. Chris Engelhart looking for 3 in a row, as is jockey John Davila Jr. 5 is Tis Lucky, owned by Robert and Tammy Kilmasuski, conditioned by Beth Miller Zalk. Haberkoa, the pilot. 6 is Maker's Candy, the big 1-9 favorite, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation. David Stodeker, Max's Stable, and John Huber. The conditioner is Mike Maker. The jockey, Jose Ortiz. 7 is Wind Giant, owned by Jeffrey Engelhart, Final Turn Racing Stable LLC and Celeritas Racing LLC, conditioned by Jeffrey Engelhart. In the irons, Heeman Harkey. Skipping the parade of the New York Derby, number 2, Allure of Money, owned by Happy Face Racing Stable. His trainer is Michael S. Ferraro. His jockey is Luis Perez. Those are the 7 3-year-old New York breds. Our 50th running of the New York Derby, $150,000 added, a non-Lasix event, 1 mile and 1/16, 3-year-olds New York breds. It begins the late double, post time in about 4 minutes. 1 and 6 have additional workouts. 1 Tacony Road, 12th of July here at Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 49.10 seconds breezing, and the favorite 6, Maker's Candy, 12th of July at Saratoga Fast Track that morning, 3/8, 37.87 seconds breezing, about 4 minutes until the 50th running of the New York Derby. And you're looking at the big favorite, number 6, Maker's Candy, Paradise Farms Corporation, and Mike Maker looking for back-to-back New York Derbies. They won it last year very impressively with Paris. Maker's Candy recently won the Mike Lee pretty impressively. The third-place finisher, Looms Boldly, won our $50,000 Ontario County Stakes. That was a 6-furlong sprint. Looms Boldly with sprint pedigree decided not to come here to New York, to Finger Lakes for the New York Derby. Maker's Candy, the overwhelming favorite, ran a pretty decent 5th in the Jeff Ruby Stakes, especially considering that the winner, Two Phils, was the runner-up in the Kentucky Derby and was the impressive winner of the Ohio Derby, sustaining an injury, unfortunately, for the connections of Two Phils and all the fans across the world. Two Phils looked like he was a pretty good one with the Jeff Ruby Stakes, the runner-up effort in the Kentucky Derby, then that impressive Ohio Derby. I watched the replay and I thought Maker's Candy ran on pretty nicely. That was going 1 mile and 1/8. I don't think the mile and the 16th will pose any problems for him. He's 1-9. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, fans. He is by far the horse to beat. After that, I looked at the 2 and the 4, Allure of Money. I've liked what I've seen from him in his brief career. If you just forget about the 12th of June affair, which was his comeback bid as a 3-year-old, he's never been worse than second over this racetrack. Second to McDonough on the 21st of September. He was a little green that afternoon. When he stretched out thereafter, he looked sensational, graduating in a 2-turn affair. He looked great winning the Tin Cup Chalice. He looked good on the 28th of June. That was against Elders, and he handled them pretty easily. Octulieber, Bingo John. Allure of Money, he could be forwardly positioned along the inside. Good connections with Luis Perez, Happy Face Racing Stable, and the Godfather, Michael S. Ferraro, who's won a ton of races throughout his life. Allure of Money, pretty intriguing if you're trying to get away from the favorite or if you're looking for a decent price horse underneath. Same for the 4, Freud Me In. Just not sure what to make of him. He's never been 2 turns, and most of his success, his 2 best races on paper, have been over sealed racetracks. The one effort he ran 4th that he was off the board, that was over a fast racetrack. So is he just a wet-loving mud freak? I'm not sure. He should be forwardly positioned. Very aggressive jockey with John Davila Jr. Chris and John have rattled off 2 in a row. Freud Me In at 13-1. 6-2-4. They've all got to beat Maker's Candy. He is the obvious standout in the New York Derby. We'll find out in a little more than a couple of minutes. 1 minute, little more than 1 minute until the New York Derby. It's post time for the New York Derby, the 50th running of the New York Derby. Maker's Candy, the big favorite at 1-9 with Jose Ortiz. 7 3-year-olds, New York breds into our New York Derby. Tacony Road for Tim Murphy. Allure of Money, the second choice at 8-1. The 4, Freud Me In, the third selection at 10-1. Here is Allure of Money. Next will be Mo Trump. Freud Me In at 9-1, the third choice. Allure of Money, second choice. Maker's Candy, the standout on the board at 1-9. The Mike Lee champion, fifth in the Jeff Ruby Stakes at Turfway Park. There's Tis Lucky. $42-1 on the board, Tis Lucky. Toodalode, the overwhelming favorite, Maker's Candy, and Win Giant looking for 3 in a row. Win Giant, the last of 7 to the outside. Ready for the big race. And there they go in the 50th running of the New York Derby. It was a stumbling start for Maker's Candy, and he's towards the tail of the field. Allure of Money has the pace to himself. Tacony Road is up close. Then we go to Mo Trump. Here's Maker's Candy with a quick recovery, getting forwardly positioned, heading into the first turn. Freud Me In saves ground. We go to Tis Lucky and Win Giant. So it's Tacony Road who picks up the pace from Allure of Money, and Maker's Candy stalking in the clear after the stumbling start. Along the inside in the two-path is the gray Mo Trump. Freud Me In covers the rail, and he's a little more than 3 off the lead. Tis Lucky 3 deep, and Win Giant is a little more than 4.5 off the pace. 24 seconds, Allure of Money puts his head in front of Tacony Road. Maker's Candy has settled down. He stalks superbly in the third spot in the clear. Mo Trump is a little more than 2.5 off the lead. More than a length to Freud Me In, racing with him Tis Lucky from the far outside, splitting them Win Giant. 48-4, Allure of Money up to the front. Maker's Candy comes with his run. Mo Trump outrunning his odds to the 3/8 within a half a length. It's Allure of Money and Maker's Candy and Mo Trump, and they separate from the others. Tis Lucky tries to make a move for fourth into Tacony Road. Freud Me In and Win Giant. Allure of Money's running a big one. Maker's Candy to the outside. And Mo Trump is third. Turning into the stretch in the 50th running of the New York Derby. And here's Maker's Candy to confront Allure of Money. And it's a good race at the 8th pole. Allure of Money and Luis Perez. Maker's Candy and Jose Ortiz. They put on a show in the New York Derby. Allure of Money and Maker's Candy. Allure of Money. The local hero does it. Allure of Money and the Diamond Man, Luis Perez. Maker's Candy was second. Long ways back to Mo Trump in third. What a horse race. Maker's Candy had that stumbling start. had every chance thereafter. Allure of Money, the local horse. Look at this slow-mo replay. Allure of Money and Luis Perez. Maker's Candy and Jose Ortiz. 7-1 and 1-9. The discrepancy in price on the board, 146 and 82 100ths in the New York Derby. Two, Allure of Money first. Second place, 6, Maker's Candy. Third place, 3, Mo Trump. Fourth place, 4, Freud Me In. Big winner circle group going to take it out onto the racetrack. Allure of Money, the local horse, wins the New York Derby. He's the unofficial winner. Second place, 6, Maker's Candy. Third place, 3, Mo Trump. Fourth place to the 4, Freud Me In. What a finish in the New York Derby. Here is Allure of Money. A 3-year-old bay colt by Central Banker out of the dam Alana's Allure. Owned by Happy Face Racing Stable. Winning trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Winning jockey, the Diamond Man, Luis Perez. The winner was bred in New York by Cheryl Prudhomme along with Dr. Michael Gallivan. Our New York Derby is official. 2-6-3-4. The 9-2 double, $56.50. A 2-6 exacta, $40.40. 2-6-3 trifecta, $70.12. 10-cent super, 2-6-3-4, $36.50. The pick 6, all 6 is worth $839. 5 out of 6, $12.10. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle with the feature race trophy presentation is Mr. Todd Height, our director of racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Also in the winner's circle with the trophy presentation is Mr. Jack Keller, our longtime clerk of scales. A big congratulations to Happy Face Racing Stables, Allure of Money, Michael S. Ferraro, Luis Perez. They win the New York Derby. Plenty of shout-outs here with the New York Derby. A big shout-out to Irad Ortiz. Irad's in attendance. Didn't quite work out for his brother Jose Ortiz. What a great New York Derby we had. Big shout out to the Ortiz brothers for making their way here to Finger Lakes. Also a big shout out to Randy Agnes from Agnes Wine Cellars. He's here presenting a fine bottle of champagne to the winning connections. So lots of shout outs here. Randy Agnes from Agnes Wines. And Irad and Jose Ortiz. Let's go to the nightcap. We're going to lose the 11 Cox's Ledge. 10 Marble Moon, a jockey change to Emmanuel Di Diego. Big shout out to the fans. $360,000 in the pool for the New York Derby. Di Diego on the 10, scratched the 11, the 9 easy shot. An additional half mile, a workout, 12th of July here at Finger Lakes, a fast track. 48.40 seconds breezing. What a great New York Derby. Still one more race to come on New York Derby Day.
About to conclude this race card with race number 9. Pretty exciting New York Derby at a minor upset as Allure of Money able to hold off the big favorite, Maker's Candy, Louis Perez, for trainer Michael S. Ferraro and Happy Face Racing Stable. Man, they are having a good season this year, and Allure of Money is 2 for 2 in stakes races, and this was the big one, the New York Derby. Congratulations to the connections of Allure of Money. Very memorable race in race number 8. Those New York Derbies usually are. Last race of 5,000 claimer, going a distance of mile 70. Exacta Try and Super offered in the last. Scratch the 11, Cox's Ledge. A lot of early money on the 2, mandatory payout. Logical Horse coming off a 3rd place finish after the slow break, but this is a tougher field. You got some drop downs in this race. You got horses making their 2nd start of the year, stretch it out for the first time. There's certainly, you can make a case for a few of them. I did land on Kingfish as a horse that's got a big chance in here at 5 to 1. Kingfish drops in class, not really a big drop when you look at this race. Comes out of the race won by Rainier, who won 2 in a row. And Full Moon Fever was in that race. That was a racetrack that was kind of favoring speed that day, and Kingfish, trying to be a deep closer, never really got going. It was his first start off the layoff, too. Remember, this is a big, good-looking horse that just got to get himself into the race at some point and come rolling late. Better than 5,000 claimers, at least in the past he's been. He's a horse by Curlin. He's at odds of 4 to 1. I used him on top. The 1 Kodiak Brown can't be overlooked here because of the connections and because of the past success this horse has had. Hard to believe that this horse is 21 to 1 as he's making his 2nd start off the layoff. Probably needed that first start off the break. Definitely a top 3 threat and not really getting back. I guess most of the play is on mandatory payout. He is a logical horse. I mean, the horse is dropped to 5 at the end of the year, was in for the waiver claim last time, and was compromised by the break. But again, that was an easier field than what he's going to face here. Obvious threat, though, 2nd start off of the layoff. The 9 Easy Shot is another one that drops. Tough to gauge this one based on his recent form. It hasn't been great, but it is against much tougher. I mean, Uno would crush this field. And then you go back and you see some of the past races for Easy Shot. They're not too bad. Well, he does have a win at the distance, too. So there are some things to like at this reduced level for Easy Shot. Certainly a player. He's at odds of 13 to 1. A few of the horses getting some action for the last race on today's card. Just a reminder, we do continue racing Monday through Wednesday this week. Next live day will be tomorrow with a 1:15 first post.
One more race to go on New York Derby Day. 1 mile and 70 yards for the nightcap. Let's meet the field. 1 Kodiak Brown, John Davila Jr., and Chris Englehart looking for 3 victories apiece. 2 is mandatory payout. Jose Baez, 4-5. 3 is English Laughter. Jackie Davis looking to bookend the card. 4 is Bellagio. Oscar Gomez. Next will be number 5, No Lime, with Michael Davila Jr. 6 is Duck Pond Road, Jose Ventura. 7 is Star in the Making, Nazario Alvarado. 8 is Kingfish, Caber Koa. Caber looking for 2. Andre Worry's looking for 3. He pilots 9, Easy Shot. 10, Marble Moon, picking up the Mount Emmanuel. D. Diego scratched the 11, Cox's Ledge. The nightcap, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of a race in the past year. $5,000 claimers a few minutes away. One more race to go, New York Derby Day. What a thrilling New York Derby. We had the 50th running, a pretty good one. Allure of Money fending off the big favorite, Maker's Candy. What a horse race that was. Let's see if we can get a nice horse race to close this card. 3 English Laughter, looking to wake something up here in the nightcap, fans. English Laughter, I thought, was on the inside portion of the racetrack, which is not where I thought you wanted to be on the 19th of June. Went and watched a bunch of replays yesterday. Seemed like all the horses were having a lot of success with outside rallies that day. English Laughter was all along the inside. Doesn't win that much, 6 for 55. He's 0 for 10 here at Finger Lakes, but it's not often you're going to get him at 15-1, considering he was on the bad portion of the racetrack, in my opinion. I'm willing to give him a little bit of a look here in the nightcap to spring the upset. 1 Kodiak Brown, a big shout out to Epona Racing Stables, Al Kirchine, Al and Terrier at the Taverna Novo. And he wanted a big shout out. Al always wants a shout out. There you go, buddy. I got to start getting a little bit of cash for these shout outs, Al. Kodiak Brown, Chris Englehart, John Davila Jr., they've been having a good day, looking for 3 apiece. I think Kodiak Brown is better than what the 19th of June effort showed. And kind of like English Laughter, he was along the inside on a day when everything was sweeping with outside rallies. I'm willing to give him another look at 13-1. The 2 mandatory payout was one of those horses who utilized that big sweeping move to his advantage, although it was for a minor placing. He was even money that day for his first start on the 19th of June, and the fans are all over him again. Not sure what to make of this. Even money for the comeback bid, 6-5 right now. They are jumping on him. 4 Bellagio's a horse who's much more suited for 2 turns than 1 turn. He needed that effort on the 27th of June. He's run some races in the past that I thought he was going to be a player. His career kind of hasn't panned out the way I anticipated when he first arrived on the scene. He's 5-1. If you're looking for a big long shot in a day that's been filled with a lot of front runners, why not take a look at the 5, No Line? Pace has been pretty important this afternoon. I could see this horse getting up to the front end. He comes out of a good race against I Love Jackson and Town Jack. Louis Gutierrez has been doing some good work. This horse has a win at the distance. I think he's worth a little bit of a look at 36-1, No Lime, a long shot look here in the nightcap. Fans are on the 8 Kingfish. He's making his second start of the season. It's his comeback bid on the 4th of July against Better. He drops in for $5,000. He definitely fits class-wise. He's just coming back a little quick, 13 days for a second start of the season. But we know his best race is more than good enough. Pretty good nightcap. One more race to go on New York Derby Day program. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the nightcap on New York Derby Day. 2 mandatory payout, 8 Kingfish. They are both a 2-1. Current favorite is the 2 mandatory payout. After that, you get the 4 Bellagio at 9-2 and the 9 Easy Shot at 6-1. 1:15 first post for the Tuesday card. Inside 4 are in. Here comes No Lime. Up next will be Duck Pond Road. Four to load, Star in the Making, Kingfish, Easy Shot, and the other Chris Engelhardt trainee, Marble Moon. There's Easy Shot. Marble Moon, the last one to load to the outside. Kodiak Brown a little anxious, ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Slight bunny hop from Kodiak Brown. Mandatory payout away in the last spot. And firing out to the lead is Star in the Making with Duck Pond Road. Bellagio right there with them in English Laughter. And further out is Easy Shot. No Lime tries to get involved. And to his outside is Marble Moon. So back to the top spot where Star in the Making's on the lead. And chasing him is Duck Pond Road. Easy Shot is third, and English Laughter forwardly placed along the inside, saving ground. Bellagio and No Lime out a little more than 3.5 to make up. No Lime a little deep entering the backstretch. I'm going to Marble Moon, mandatory payout. Kodiak Brown and Kingfish is the last of 10. 25 seconds and up to the front. No Lime. No Lime tries to make an early move for the top spot. Star in the Making and Duck Pond Road going with him. Easy Shot back to fourth, isolated in that position. English Laughter now 6 off the lead. Mandatory payout and Marble Moon to his outside. Kodiak Brown from the rail with Kingfish, and Bellagio's the last of all. And Star in the Making has the lead from Duck Pond Road. No Lime is third. Easy Shot fourth, little less than 4 off the lead. It's a break of about 3 lengths to English Laughter. Mandatory payout, Kingfish, Kodiak Brown, Marble Moon, and at the back, Bellagio. Here's Duck Pond Road. Here's Easy Shot. And they are swarming on Star in the Making. No Lime's the gray in the 2-path. English Laughter tipped out for his run, and here comes English Laughter. And Kingfish tries to get involved. English Laughter and Easy Shot. Kingfish behind them. English Laughter's up to the front. English Laughter chased home by Kingfish. English Laughter, Kingfish, English Laughter in the nightcap. Jackie Davis, that girl, bookends the New York Derby Day program. Easy Shot was second, then Kingfish, and maybe Kodiak Brown right there with him, Duck Pond Road. English Laughter, 7-1 in the nightcap. Second place to the 9 Easy Shot. Third place to the 8 Kingfish. Photo for fourth looks like it's the 1 Kodiak Brown. 146 and 21/100ths the final time. 4th place to the 1, Kodiak Brown. Seventh career victory, English Laughter. 7-year-old chestnut gelding by English Channel out of the Adam Dahlia Derrist. Owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro. That girl, Jackie Davis, bookends the New York Derby Day program. English Laughter was bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. And the nightcap is official. 3981. 2-3 late double. $256. 3-9 exacta, $116. 3-9-8 trifecta, $108, 12 cents. 3-9-8 110-cent super, $143. 9-2-3 a late pick, $392.87. 5-8 with 4-6-9 with 2 with 3 our late pick 4, $221.25. All 5 in the Monday pick 5, 3 with 5-8 with 4-6-9 with 2 with 3, $581.25. That's it for the New York Derby Day card. We will do it all over again tomorrow, 1:15 first post. Sure hope you had a great day of racing when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.